Dude, I swear I start the freaking... I start the freaking clock, and then it doesn't work. I'm about to give you guys a jump scare. Hold on. I don't want to spook him. He's slumbering. We don't want to spook him. Let me see if I can... Hi, Ben.
Hello.
There you are.
Hello, Zealand Shannon. Hello, viewers.
Oh, perfect. Okay. I just wanted to alert you before you, like, popped up on...
Thank you.
There. Yeah. Look at that. Now we have Ben just jackknifed into the corner.
Yeah. So this was your solution when I said...
This was my solution. Yeah.
Okay.
You like it? It took me like 5 seconds. We made a Ben cam.
You can now see the apathy when Zealand mentions American national team players. So that's good. It's good that they get to feel that with me now. You know?
That makes me sad.
I'm watching your stream, so I could see your not apathy, but pure disgust. So
how would you don't want to talk about the U.S. national team? That just makes me sad. I feel like that's the only reason we have this podcast.
No, I often just read a book.
Okay.
When that comes up. So hello,
well, yeah. Well, hi, chat. Fisher, thank you so much for the 8 months. Valpy, well, I get to watch you react to me just read out Valplay, thank you so much for the 5 months. Reese, thank you for the 2 years. I appreciate the prime. Congratulations to the Diamond Bacon, brother. I hope you guys are doing well. I am all right, Thomas. We are all right. We're all right.
A little quiet. I'll turn myself up slightly to aid with this. I should probably edit or have my audio as well because no AI likes that. So
yeah, you know all those reasons. You are a little quiet. I've actually got you turned all the way up. Oh, hey, I'm turning you up more.
Louder,
wow. Okay,
that's probably too loud. Sorry, guys.
I turned you up. I was turning you up at the same time. So we went from soft Ben to loud Ben.
Yeah, I was wondering actually if it's so easy to just put me in the corner like this.
Yeah,
can I be here for every stream? Just for regardless of what you're doing, I don't even need to be talking. I think it'd just be nice for everyone if there was just a little me, just in everything you do. And to be honest, I need the publicity. Like if I'm going to be honest about it, so I think it'd be good if I could. I don't care how big or small it is, but just a live Ben cam at all times that you can switch to. I could be in the middle of anything. I play a lot of Grand Theft Auto roleplay. I'd just be doing that. Doug would burst in and be a little idiot, let's call him. I think that'd be nice. We should get a poll going. Zealand puts Benji in the corner. So, and I'm fine with it. Permission granted.
No, I mean, I think I would enjoy. I think my life would be made better by getting a bin reaction to everything I'm doing. Yeah, I think that would. Exactly. I think that would actually. Yeah.
Alternatively, I've got your WhatsApp. I think I could just remember when I called you. Remember that? And I wasn't me though.
I don't. Wait, I don't. I'm sure you've called me at some point, but when do
you were once getting called about houses or something, and then I pretended to be the part Esteban.
Oh yeah, I still get those calls. I still get those calls.
I changed all my information on WhatsApp so that when I called, you put it on speaker, and then, it was me. Oh, good times.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like me. I would have never fallen for that. Cardgia, thank you for the 32. Smokey the Sun, thank you for the 2 months. 2 months, the Hammers. I'm British here for the U.S. national team talk. Ben is just upset that it's never coming home. Ouch. Rags, thank you for the tier 1. Derpus to Maximus, thank you for the 19 months. Henri, 3 years, dude. Congrats on the Z-Bacon. Love it. It's like news. We now have the Ben in the sky for a report on the traffic. And how is the traffic, Ben? Is there any?
It's looking tough on the A11. There's been a collision off at Junction 4. So if you're going to go around the ring road, then please do that in a timely manner. Police have said they're opening to open the road again by 7 o'clock. So back to you, Zealand, in the studio.
Ah, yes, the studio. All I have is I've driven in London once. Never again. Never doing it again. No, I'm never doing it again. I drove to Peckham for the Peckham FC match. I went with Ellis from Away Days. It was a lot of fun.
Never heard of him.
Right. Okay.
No, he's actually been in my house before, so that's not true, is it? That's a lie.
Isn't he from your neck of the woods?
I should clarify. I should clarify. Yeah, not as an away day. It just we were chatting about stuff.
That'd be a great away day. Peckham, sorry to
I just
hear
saw
that.
My hair when you were
Look,
streaming
look,
that. It's
look.
actually destroyed by headphones.
My
What a disaster.
Peckham is actually a running joke for my brother and I because the entire trip that we were in Taunton, we were like, "Oh yeah, where are you going after this?" "Oh, we're going to Peckham with like Ellis," and everybody was like, "Oh, are you like look out for Peckham, man? Like, be afraid of oh, sorry, you're going to Peckham." Like, like it was some awful place.
Yeah, I've never been to Peckham. So whereabouts?
Yeah, well, I'm just gonna be honest.
Beckham's from Peckham,
Like, really, David Beckham's from Peckham.
I might have made that up. Yeah, maybe.
It sounds made up for the story. Anyways, Peckham's actually not that bad. I'll be completely honest. I don't know if the U.S. is just a really poor country by comparison. It probably is, but we'll get into that on a different podcast. But there are much worse parts of New York, of Tampa, and of every other place that I've ever lived than Peckham. Peckham actually looked like a pretty nice, chic part of Brooklyn by comparison. So everybody that was like, everybody was freaking. We stayed in Peckham. Our hotel was in Peckham.
Rio Ferdinand was born in Peckham, and so was John Boyega. Boyega, who was he's a famous actor, isn't he? Star Wars.
Oh, the Star Wars guy. Yeah. Beckham's from Leytonstone, according to Reese Against in the chat.
Apologies, everybody. I made it up. So
Peckham used to be bad. I'm just saying it's like a running joke between my brother and I that like basically that the UK just doesn't know what an actual like bad part of town looks like because everybody was so worried about us going to Peckham and we're like, dude, this is a nicer part of New York.
But the thing is, people in London think they've got it bad, but then they go to the north of England and go, oh, this is really bad. You don't have the internet up here. So no disrespect to the north of England, by the way. I am from the north, so don't you? I know it doesn't sound like it. Don't worry. I know. I'm a Scouser, mate. Born and bred. Anyway, where are we going?
There's Cassie born and bred. Hey. I don't actually know what the accent is. I shouldn't do that.
Calicoke? Can you say that?
Oh, that sounds like Jamie Carragher when you say that.
Yeah. Well, you could. Let's teach you. Say it. You go. You're saying can of Coke, but you're saying can of Coke.
Can of Coke.
Kind of.
I can't. I'm pretty sure I can't do it. I'm confident I'll never really be able to do it. But basically, you just have to like everything you're saying just sounds like Jamie Carragher trying to describe a match. That's all I hear.
Don't know about Zealand. Anyway,
just the high squeal.
Yeah, gosh. Oh yeah, I should bring out a Scouse character and then be it when I go to see Liverpool play.
Oh, that's how you blend in. That's how you get into the home end, actually. It's a very aggressively American accent. Thank you. I've been practicing it my whole life.
Are we
All right. No, we're not recording yet. We're just talking.
Are we recording now? Are we? No. Okay. No. Okay.
I haven't welcomed in the guest on the podcast yet.
How do we? Have we got a running order today?
No. You okay with that?
So should we let the viewers decide for the first time ever?
That actually,
talk about.
It's not a bad idea. Give us a topic. I'll lead Ben into it incredibly artfully to start the podcast.
What, to kick us off?
No, I was gonna start with Messi, honestly, but MLS playoffs.
Oh yeah, you want the Ballon d'Or.
Hey Ben, what do you know about the MLS playoffs this year?
They have playoffs, do they?
Great. That's where we're starting with. That's where we're starting with that.
I'm not recording. What is it? The MLS have playoffs, do they?
Sometimes.
I don't know.
Yeah, not all the time.
How similar are they? It says a lot about my life. How similar are they to the NHL playoffs?
Very. Well, I mean, in the sense
exactly what you're talking about then.
That they're playoffs. So they're not a best of 7 series though, because it's soccer. It's football.
Yeah, imagine that. That'd be amazing. It would last all year.
Yeah, no, it would only take it would take like 3 months to do that at least.
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds
surprisingly more that you don't do it.
Okay. Are you ready? We're gonna actually start the podcast now. Do you think you have your seatbelt on?
I am ready.
Okay, you have your seatbelt on? Okay. I just want to make sure. Because it's gonna be dangerous if you're not wearing proper protection.
Clicked in. Yes.
Clicked in. Good.
Revving up the engine.
Oh yeah, I just gotta clear the throat. I'm gonna drink some water real quick. Greatness is hard, Ben.
Should we do it at the same time? I know, I lost it. Anyway.
NASCAR championship. Ben probably knows a lot about NASCAR, but I don't want to subject you guys to the hours of pit
I know
stop
about
discussion.
loads of people that got cars. Nas, John, Steve, all of them. Yeah, I'm looking at the list. Wow, I've not looked at this Ballon d'Or list yet. Wow. Wow, there are some mad people on this list. Sorry, are we doing a podcast? I just thought I was researching. Sorry, guys. Let me just plugged it back in. We're back.
You ready?
Hello, viewers.
Okay.
Yes.
Here we go. Welcome to 20 Good Minutes, the podcast that I host, and I host alone. But I've been very fortunate to acquire a guest. Dr. Benji has joined us today to spend an hour trying to find 20 actually good minutes. So, Ben, welcome.
You've ruined it again. Hello, viewers. Welcome, our listeners. Listeners and viewers, as we do this live on Twitch now as well, at twitch.tv/ZIand. So, yeah, we're good to be back again as a co-host. Just to clarify for anyone that's newly listening, maybe sponsors that are like, oh, actually, is he a regular fixture on this? Yes, I am, every time. So, good to be back. Yeah, how are you, Zealand?
That doesn't sound right. I am good, though. I just got back from the Faroe Islands.
Oh, that's normal. Yeah, what were you doing there?
I was eating fermented sheep, Ben. Have you ever had fermented sheep?
Oh, I'm sick of the stuff. Have I had fermented sheep? Obviously not. No, I've never had fermented sheep. What does that taste like? Just lamb?
It is. So I had this lovely man named Hans, who's been like a boat captain for 40 years, and he hosted us at his house for dinner in the Faroe Islands. And he had spent all day talking to us about how wonderful fermented sheep was, and how he liked dried sheep and fermented sheep, and how, you know, the ram tasted one way and the lamb tasted the other way, you know, and all this stuff. And it was like his favorite thing, and it was a delicacy. And you basically put it on bread with some butter and then just eat it. And it is unique. It wasn't bad, but I had the feeling that if I ate too much of it, I was going to throw up. Do you know that you're familiar with that feeling?
Look at me. Of course I am. Yes, I am familiar with overeating, as you put it.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't overeating. It was like if I had 5 bites of it, I was going to throw up. If I had 4 bites of it, I was going to be like, okay, this is all right. It was very, you know, when you eat something and you get the initial taste and you're like, oh, okay, this is pretty recognizable. This is a meat that has been, you know, it's like, not beef jerky, but somewhere between Iberian ham and beef jerky, right? And then you get hit with this whole second wave of voluptuous aromas, Ben.
Right.
Voluptuous aromas.
Yeah, it's much like a Football Manager meetup when you go and then you get hit with a wave of different aromas. You know? Anyway. So no, I've never had it, but it sounds like you've enjoyed it and you've had a lovely time. How long did you go for?
I was in the Faroe Islands for 6 days, 7 days. I was there for a while.
So you flew to what? So you flew from New York to the Faroe Islands?
Oh, well, yeah. It takes like a day. You go through Copenhagen. Because,
so you have to fly over the Faroe Islands.
Yeah,
you actually back to the Faroe Islands.
It's kind of hilarious because you have the map on the plane and you see the Faroe Islands when you're going over them, and you're like, "Well, you just
were you?
Just throw the bag out of the plane. Like, we'll get it out of the water later." Like you fly not hypothetically over. You fly directly over the Faroe Islands on your way to Copenhagen, and you're like, it's like a bus. You just want to pull the cord, be like, off here, please.
For visual viewers, you can't see this, but picture it. So as you fly, do you sort of go, oh, look, we're staying there, just back there. Oh, never mind.
Spend 2 more hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'll see you in 6 hours when we actually finally manage to put our keys in the door.
Yeah.
That must be annoying.
It was longer than that because there's only like 3 flights a day from Copenhagen to the Faroe Islands, so we had a 5-hour layover. 5 hours in the airport and then the 2-hour flight over. The flight back to New York, I woke up at 5:30 in the morning in the Faroe Islands, and then went to sleep.
So they go to Copenhagen again, and then back to New York.
Yeah. Flew to Copenhagen.
You say, see you later, Faroe Islands. I'll see you in about 4 hours. And then you fly over it again and you go, see you later, Faroe Islands. It's been good. Great time.
No,
when you leave a place, you leave it. You don't see it again. You know, that's so rare.
Yeah, no, it was bad. It was like you break up with a girlfriend in high school and then next semester you have a class and you're sitting at the same table or something. And it's just the worst. That was what happened. Yeah, the Faroe Islands, they were very sad to see us go. Because we were probably the only people eating sheep on the it's a delicacy there.
Well,
I can't get over the fact that I ate that much sheep. I had no idea.
That's just gorgeous. Were you the only Americans there? Because you went with your brother, right?
Maybe. I don't think so, though. There's a decent number of tourists there, but I think it's all about relativity. There's only like 50,000 people there. So if you have a couple hundred tourists, then it feels like there's a lot because then, you kind of run into a few people on a hike and you're like, wow, this is crazy. There were some people from like Hong Kong and China there. It was cool. But I didn't run into any other Americans. Yeah, I know. Talk about a long flight. It's even longer for them. I didn't run into any other Americans. But yeah, anyways, the day we woke up at 5:30, I went and I got to my apartment at like 11:30 p.m. New York time was the whole travel day. Because we had the flight to the Faroe Islands, 6-hour layover in Copenhagen, and then flight back to New York.
6 hours in Denmark. You could have seen all of Denmark in that time. Only joking.
Road trip. Honestly, maybe. I played Football Manager in the lounge instead.
Yeah, because I knew you were away, and then I saw on Steam, I think, or something, that you were playing it, and I was like, "What's happening? Where is he?"
Vacation.
Anyway,
yeah, pure vacation.
Was it actually a holiday?
No. It was for a video. We did a video.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to spoil the video. But,
no, well, people know we went for the European match for the Faroese club that's playing in Europe.
Oh, I did know that. I think you told me that
they
before.
played Ljubljana from Slovenia. They actually beat him 3-0. It was amazing.
Oh, spoilers! I mean, I'm waiting for the video.
Well, I'm not away days. The point of the video isn't like what the score of the match was. The point of the video is the experience. You can look up what the score of the match was.
No, but I wouldn't, because I wouldn't want to spoil it. Don't look at the end of the film and go, "Oh, never mind." At least I had the experience. No, absolutely.
But
not.
if the film's been out long enough, you can reasonably assume that everybody knows what happened.
So
like you can't spoil. I can't spoil the ending of Lord of the Rings for you. Like you have to know what happened.
So you didn't come and see me again. So that's all I noted.
I flew over it. I waved the same way I waved at the Faroe Islands. I was
fair, you did get to see most of Europe on this trip to the Faroe Islands, which is pretty rare.
Freaking awesome. Loved it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah,
cool.
Ostensibly football podcast. I guess this has something to do with that. Maybe.
No, I don't think we are a football podcast, are we?
We're not.
I think we talk about our interests and our lives. We once did about 45 minutes on Jaffa cakes once. So I'm not sure anyone should be expecting purely football.
Oh, dude, I'm going to buy some right now. I haven't had Jaffa cakes in so long. I'm not even kidding. I'm going to buy some right now.
I want to know what the world record is for eating Jaffa cakes, and I want to know if you can break it live on this podcast.
I love Jaffa cakes. Oh, well, they have a 90-pack for $42.
That's obscene. But on both ends of the spectrum, it's too much money, and it's still a lot of Jaffa cakes. So
it's 90 Jaffa cakes.
Yeah, but that can't be good value for money. No, because Jaffa cake, you get like 6 Jaffa cakes for £1 normally, if that, probably more than that.
Well, yeah, but that's over there. They're not making Jaffa cakes in the US.
They sell a mega pack of Jaffa cakes, all sorts, so many cakes. For those who don't know, we were once preparing for something, and I watched Stephen Shannon on camera go through 8 Jaffa cakes in less than 60 seconds, and I couldn't believe what I was about to witness. We were preparing for like it was the
podcast or something,
like data. It was like the breakdown. It was the breakdown. It was me, Zian, and someone else, and I'm just sort of I turn, and Zian's got like this pack of Jaffa cakes. I turn back, he's eaten them all. I was like, wow, that is. And then he was just snacking on them throughout the recording.
Oh, there's a 100-pack. That's the one I want.
We've been looking for sponsors. I've heard nothing about this trip down the south or down the coast of America. But if Jaffa Cakes want to finally, stump up the cash, then more than happy to. We could take Jaffa Cakes around America, and we could hand Jaffa Cakes out and say, try these Jaffa, because Jaffa Cakes aren't a thing, are they?
No,
in America,
which is why I'm looking at 100 Jaffa cakes for $48. That's what I'm looking at.
This is what I'm saying. Never mind that. Let's at Jaffa Cakes and say we would like to do a trip down. We would like to bring Jaffa Cakes to the US.
Oh, they have the They have the nutritional information for the 100-pack. I don't know if I want to see that.
Don't look at that. Don't look at that. Jaffa Cakes. I'm going to follow them. I like the fact that when I go on the Jaffa Cakes Twitter, they're followed by all the tea brands that I also follow. It's like you can't have one without the other.
Dude, I have more followers than Jaffa Cakes on Twitter. So do you.
Me too. Me too. Yeah.
Not that that's a bad thing for Jaffa Cakes.
They're not really tweeting, so...
No, I don't know what they would tweet about. It's better. Yeah, it's better not to know.
It's still delicious. That sort of stuff. I don't know.
Do I need 100 Jaffa Cakes?
No. We shouldn't have got this. Is right for those that don't know, listeners. We did not have a plan for today. I don't know if that's obvious because we've done, I say, 15 minutes on the Faroe Islands, and now we are in Jaffa Cake heaven in terms of conversation.
Well, I hadn't thought about Jaffa Cakes in a long time, and this is my reawakening.
I realised for those that don't know what Jaffa Cakes are, they are like an orange jello inside of a chocolate sponge, like almost biscuit, but cake based consistency.
And then you put them in the freezer.
You would put them in the biscuit tin if you were in England, or some people probably put them in the fridge to have an extra snap when they bite through the chocolate on first enjoyment.
The delivery's not very fast, unfortunately. November 16th.
They up November 6th. That's a long time to wait for Jaffa Cakes.
Can't wait 15 days for my Jaffa Cakes.
Yeah, you should have ordered some when you were in the Faroe Islands. You'd have got them a lot quicker. No, regardless.
They're filled. They would have been filled with sheep. Yeah, but there's a lot less Jaffa Cake. Do you think they're sponsored by Jaffa Cakes? Actually,
I don't know if the budget would stretch to the Ballon d'Or.
That's fair enough. Messi won. Messi won though. I kind of like.
That's a win for America, surely.
Everybody. Hey, the MLS has more Ballon d'Or winners than the Premier League in the last 15 years. I think that closes the case. It's over.
We've been waiting for this at last. There are some surprise. The list is surprising. Like if you look at the whole list, but mainly like the top 20, there are some people within that list that's a bit like, well, the World Cup really mattered, didn't it, in regards to this?
Oh yeah,
this entire thing.
I made a freaking YouTube short about the funniest players to make the list, and I have been getting flamed nonstop.
Oh, which ones? Which ones did you point out?
No, okay, so I hazard you to be careful when picking out players that might seem like funny inclusions on a list, because I obviously included Jorginho, I included Gerard Moreno from Villarreal, which everybody got super up at arms because everybody wants to like act like they're smarter than the person next to them. And so they're like, well, what do you mean you don't really know about Gerard Moreno? He was clearly one of the 30 best, that sort of thing. Giorgio Chiellini, after Italy won the Euros, was like 12th in the Ballon d'Or voting. Sadio Mane finished second last year, which...
Oh, is this the history of? Sorry, not
yeah. This is like the last 5 years.
Okay.
Sadio Mane finished second last year. He's a good player, but I thought second was high. But I've just been getting absolutely obliterated. It's one of the funniest comment sections I've ever seen in my life. So, but be careful, because when you talk about players that don't belong on a Ballon d'Or rating, you're not going to get the people you agree with you. You're going to get the people that disagree with you because they want to seem like they know ball more than you.
I got bad news. If you're a Julian Alvarez super fan, I am curious as to how he's got 7th on the list of the Ballon d'Or this year.
His PR campaign is off the chain. That's why. Julian Alvarez is a great player, but
he is really good. But
he's got but 7th, man.
Like Roger. So for those that haven't seen the list, Messi won. Obviously, Erling Haaland came second. Kylian Mbappe came third. Kevin De Bruyne came fourth. At that point, there's little argument, I would say. That seems pretty reasonable.
Fine.
Rodri in 5th. You would argue integral for Manchester City in a treble-winning season. Yeah, fair enough. Vinicius Junior 6th. I kind of get it.
I'm okay with that. He's been he has had a bad year this year, but yeah.
Then we go Julian Alvarez, which again I get he's been part of the treble. He's not an integral part of Manchester City's treble win, and he was a pretty integral part to the World Cup win. But you've then got Victor Osimhen, Bernardo Silva, Luka Modric, Mo Salah, Robert Lewandowski, and then the 13th on the list is baffling as well. Not baffling, but like surprising.
Who is it?
But now from Monaco, the Sevilla goalkeeper.
Oh, Yusuf Bunu. Yeah.
Bunu, sorry to Bunu. Yeah, it's not Bunu, is it? It's Bunu. You're right, Yassine Bunu.
Oh,
It's
I literally
13th
just said
on
his
the list.
first name wrong. That's good.
13th.
Well, what's funny is that he didn't win goalkeeper of the year, but I did see this. He was ahead of Emi Martinez in the Ballon d'Or voting, but he didn't
He
win
was.
goalkeeper of the year. Emi Martinez won it.
Emi Martinez won goalkeeper. So it's just World Cup dependent then. They might as well just do this for the World Cup and Erling Haaland. That's what it because he wasn't there. So that's basically what they've done. They've created this based on that and the treble win for City.
If Erling Haaland had played in the World Cup at all, he probably would have won. Based off what we've seen. Yeah, he just didn't make it.
Onana, I know he had a good year at like stuff, but Onana got 23rd on the list.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's absurd. And anybody that tells me that's not absurd is lying to themselves. Like I'll go back to this and dig my heels in again. Like there's no way Andre Onana was the 23rd best player on the planet this year. There's no way. He might be the
goalkeepers represented, to be fair, but still seems a bit odd. He's up there. Yeah, and there's obviously a lot of weight gain. Weight gain is the wrong phrase. A lot of weight added to if you have a good World Cup performance. Hence that we've got like the Moroccan goalkeeper in 13th, for example. But yeah, very, very strange. Do you think Haaland is being done a little bit there? Or do you think that's fair enough? Messi, winning his World Cup. It feels a little bit inevitable, I guess is the word.
I think if I was king of the world, I probably, in a very likely future scenario where I am the ruler of everything and can make every decision, I would have given the award to Erling Haaland. But I don't think you can have a problem with Messi winning it, unless your name's Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah, who is what came like 40th on the list, something like that.
I'm surprised. I'm surprised he was on it, man. He's scoring against farmers in front of 500 people. Like I'm surprised he's on it.
Now listen, look, I'm not trying to be rude, and I'm really not trying to like start a war. And it's the only Liverpool-based bit of like frustration I've got with the list. Okay. Who do most people think is the best? Oh, you can see where I'm going with this, listeners. Who do most people think is the best goalkeeper in the world?
He didn't make it.
Any guesses? Alisson Becker. He's not in the top 10. He's not in the top 10. Bryce Samba from Lons. He's ahead of him. You've got my nan. You've got Ramsdale, Livakovic, Onana, ter Stegen, Courtois, Banu, or Bernat, whatever his name is, Ederson and Martinez. Alisson's not near the list. Like, come on. That's crazy. He's unbelievable. Liverpool would have finished about 12th if it weren't for him last year. Crazy that he's not on the list. That's insane to me. But
you know why, though? You need like a memorable moment. He didn't have a memorable moment this year where somebody like Yusuf Bunu, obviously Emi Martinez, you could put together a 20-game compilation of Emi Martinez being absolutely average for Aston Villa or whatever, and like it didn't matter because he had the most memorable moment of the entire year. You need, for the marketing, because this is a popularity contest. This is all about marketing. Yeah. For the marketing, you need a moment, or else it's kind of easy to forget about you. And Alisson Becker, I may be forgetting, maybe you guys won the Carabao Cup, but I don't think you guys won anything, and you didn't, You were good.
Trophies, 2 domestic trophies.
What trophies did you win?
FA Cup and Carabao Cup.
Oh, you won both the cups. Okay.
Yeah, we had a smashing time, in all honesty. And so the mad bit is, in 2019, he won this award. Last year, he came second. Now he's not top 10. Madness. Absolute madness. But here we are.
Yeah, you should start an Alisson Becker Twitter account. That might help.
People are saying they didn't win anything. Have I missed a year of my life? What did Liverpool do? What did Liverpool do last year? Nothing.
Last year, are you lying to me? Last year
was the come down from the year where we won everything. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
I'll
be totally honest, Sealand. I'll be totally honest. I forgot last year. I stopped watching in about February. So
I was right.
You were right. He didn't deserve it. He should never been in contention. Damn right. Well in Ballon. Well done, Yashin Award. You did it.
God, do you even follow your own team anymore? This is Can you imagine? Let me turn the tables. Can you imagine if I had done that?
I know. But if,
I would
if
never.
you show that
I would never have
I've
recovered from that. I would forever be the American that just completely forgot.
Yeah, no, you're so right. You're so right. If
I would have never
AL,
recovered.
Let me know the feed to edit this out of the Spotify recording. If this made it, then dear me, we've lost an editor. That is a shame. Right. Anyway, no, sorry guys. I'm so sorry. I don't honestly. The last year of my life has been. I've cut it out. It's not podcast material. So, well done to Lionel. What a surprise.
So he's got 8, and do you think he actually makes it to the next World Cup? He seems like he wants to.
Yeah, I do. I do think he will. I think it doesn't matter where he's playing in the world. He'll be in the squad.
The USL. He'll be in the 2nd division of the US.
I would like to see him retire and still get called up. I think that would be amazing. If he retires, but he still gets the call, Lionel, we need you. Yeah, but I've opened a car dealership. No, we need you, Lionel, please, come on down. And that'd be great. And then he still plays. Just pops in at number 10, beats Julian Alvarez in the Ballon d'Or race. that'd be great.
No,
I really do think so.
He'll lose the Ballon d'Or to Julian Alvarez, who's still not starting. He's behind Erling Haaland. I can't believe he finished 7th. It really is because of the trophies he won. That has to be why he was 7th, because he won the treble and then he won the World Cup. But it's like, shouldn't you have to do more than the average player in that scenario?
Yeah, you should. But look, treble winners, mate. So let him have it all. If you're Haaland, you're gonna if Erling is listening, you are gonna win loads of these. So I wouldn't worry about it. Like next year after that, you and Mbappe will be battling. So just bide your time, mate. You'll be all right. One of those things.
It's like, it's easy to say that, but it's also one of those things where it's like, he could just, he's not had a great injury history before. And he won the treble and scored like 3 million goals. It's hard luck that he came up against Messi winning the World Cup. It's very hard luck.
If there's a 1 year, everyone else should have just not been bothering. It's probably this year. But I don't know. I'm a bit of a Messi fan, boy. I can't lie. So if I was a Ronaldo fan, I'd be tthinking, yeah, it should be Haaland, because Haaland's a bit more Ronaldo-esque anyway, I would say.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
That are frustrated. In the sense of like he's just like a bit of he's a specimen, whereas Messi's not a specimen. He's an artist. But anyway, yeah.
No, I think that I talked about this on stream yesterday. That Erling Haaland is not a champagne player. He's just an efficient player. And I think we're uncomfortable with potentially the best player in the world not being the type of player like a Ronaldinho or a Ronaldo or a Messi that can produce these brilliant moments. These, I was talking about moments. Messi will score that goal against Athletic Bilbao in the Copa del Rey final where you're just like, that should be physically impossible. Ronaldo scores the bicycle kick where he orbits the moon, comes back and scores, right? Even Gareth Bale's out here. Erling Haaland's just not that type of player. Even Harry Kane from beyond halfway down the field.
That's true.
Like Erling Haaland never scores that goal. He never scores that goal. But he's also the best at the most important part of the entire sport, which is putting the ball in the back of the net.
Oh, no, never mind. Sorry, Alison. I'm really trying. No, I thought it was still Alison there. No, you're right. I do think, well, he's a phenomenon, isn't he? He's unbelievable. Like, he's unbelievably good. There are not many players. There are only 2 players, really, that come close in the last decade to what Haaland's doing in terms of numbers, which is probably... No, she has a few more now because Lewandowski's been a bit closer. Kane's in that bracket as well, I guess, to a degree. But he is like upper echelon type player. He'll be like, he's going to, again, he's like, I failed to mention Jude Bellingham in the last list I gave with Mbappe and Haaland, and regretfully so. So between those 3, I think those 3 will probably be battling for some time to come. And a player we probably haven't heard of yet, or they have heard of but haven't, if you know what I mean, hasn't made a statement yet. So like, I'm excited. The big test for Haaland will be how long he stays at City doing this. And then where he goes after that, because he might be one of those strikers where those types of decisions sort of dictate his legacy in his career a little bit. Because there is the argument he can probably go anywhere, but I do think he's the type of player that needs to be, like, City have kind of morphed themselves into a feed Haaland machine, which we didn't necessarily, like, no one really expected that. And when he first joined, they weren't really that. It felt like there was definitely points last season where he didn't necessarily feel like the right player, but now he definitely does. Like halfway through last season, suddenly he became the right guy for them. and it all just works. And there's a reason they won the treble, and will probably win everything again this year, to be honest.
Yeah, he's an absolute phenomenon. But there's somebody in the chat raised a really interesting point that I kind of want to bounce off you, is that Haaland doesn't make you feel something like Messi does. I would counter with the fact that if I was a born and bred Manchester City fan, right? Like I am the dude from Oasis, like Noel Gallagher or whatever his name is, who is you're born and raised a Manchester City fan. Haaland's making me feel a whole lot of things, right? I think with the difference is that Haaland doesn't inspire awe in the neutral, but it's almost like Haaland is, and this is maybe going to be make people uncomfortable almost. Haaland makes the connoisseurs of the game feel something. Where like Messi makes everybody feel something, because you don't have to know ball, you don't have to watch a ton of matches to watch him one of the great Lionel Messi goals and go, that was absolutely unbelievable. Where if you are really invested in the sport in the way that we are, and a lot of the people that are here in the chat are, watching Erling Haaland and the consistency with which he's able to just rip 3,000-mile-an-hour shots into the back of the net from all sorts of angles, and every chance he gets seems to go in, and he just bludgeons the ball into the back of the net and makes it look so easy that you can kind of appreciate that too. Like I will watch matches just to watch Erling Haaland. I will. Like I will turn it on just to see him play, even though he touches the ball 4 times and a half.
I think the problem is, and it's not true, but it feels like there's lots of Haalands, but there aren't lots of players like Messi. And so when you see a player like Messi, you're drawn to it more because it feels rarer. And so like the player that at City that feels a bit like this is probably De Bruyne, in the type of assist that De Bruyne has had in the last 5 years. You watch that and you go, wow, not everyone can do that. And so even though the way in which Haaland does it, in the consistency, but like consistency doesn't really make a highlight reel. Like it doesn't really work like that. But the consistency in which Haaland can do what he does is what makes him special. So it's like the culmination of what he's able to do is the thing that makes him great. Whereas Messi is a bad example to compare any footballer to, because Messi had all of the things we're talking about, and that Messi still had that level of consistency with the excitement of, wow, how has he done that? And so again, like the closest person you have is someone like De Bruyne, who can pull off those moments. But you're right. I think as football fans, it kind of depends on what you're looking for from a football fan perspective as well, though. Like Erling Haaland is like a winner's player, whereas Messi's more like a love of the game player. It doesn't mean you can't. There's a crossover in that, but yeah, Haaland is, and that to me is why he's in that sort of Ronaldo category of. Like, I don't think Haaland's going to start adding like 40-yard free kicks to his repertoire, although Ronaldo barely had that, to be honest. But you see what I mean? Like, there's that level of sheer determination for the win that Messi had, but it's not as obvious because of his style. It's weird. It's hard to explain. And I think people that know of football know exactly what I'm talking about. I feel like I'm trying to explain to someone that doesn't understand football, but I'm not. So I think everyone understands. But it's one of those things that will continue to be a problem for him against those types of players that come about similar to Messi. And so I wonder if he'll become a little bit, because you've seen it from Ronaldo a little bit, that he kind of becomes a little bit resentful about it. I wonder if Haaland will have the same thing over the next 10 years.
I think that there is a key difference between Ronaldo and Erling Haaland. I think Ronaldo's entire fire is he has to be the best at everything, and he has to like everybody else has to know that he's the best. Like part of Ronaldo's desire and what drives him to work out 25 hours a day and sleep in cryogenic chambers and eat exclusively kale, right, is that he needs everybody to think he is the best looking, has the best life, scores the best goals, is the best play. He needs everybody else to think that too. Erling Haaland has never given me that impression. Erling Haaland seems to have a different motivation than Cristiano Ronaldo. In that, like, he does the same things. He sleeps in cryogenic chambers. He stretches for 10 hours a day, right? Like, he does all of the things to optimize his performance. But he seems to do it in a, for lack of a better word, a less flamboyant way. Like
Ronaldo wants to be a superstar, whereas Erling Haaland wants to be the best.
Yeah.
And so they're not
And then when
necessarily the same thing.
they both wanted to be the best. Like, I think Ronaldo is one of the top 5 players of all
You
time.
don't,
I think no
yeah,
question.
but I guess my point would be you don't become a superstar without being the best. But like, there's a difference between. Like, I'm sure like a lot of American sports have it, where there are great players and there are superstars.
Yeah.
And there are people that like transcend the sport a little bit. And Ronaldo is the type of man who has then transcended football. And Erling Haaland is potentially never going to do that. Like, if you ask, the way I would explain, like, if you ask partners that aren't interested in football, do you know who Erling Haaland is? They might say no. Whereas if you ask them, and obviously the longevity of Ronaldo is slightly different, but I remember when Ronaldo was coming up and he was very flair-based, he was very tricky, people just knew who he was because of that. So he almost built the brand a little bit. It's like Beckham's free kicks. I was watching Beckham's documentary the other day. Like, a Beckham free kick had the same effect that Ronaldo has with like the way in which he does his stance and his shoo and all that sort of stuff. Like, Ronaldo again is very brand-based, whereas Haaland is like almost legacy based, football legacy based, and that is probably something to do with his upbringing, the fact that his dad was a footballer. And
Yeah,
like there's that type of consistency. So yeah, there's obviously a path that he's following that he feels like he's trying to do his dad proud, whereas Ronaldo is like trying to make the world proud. Well, it feels it's one of those.
I've got something for you. The difference between Ronaldo and Haaland is the difference between David Beckham and Paul Scholes.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a really good analogy. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's 2 players that played similar enough positions that were both tremendously talented players, but one was a superstar and had that kind of gravitas, where Erling Haaland, not that he's not like a fun-loving guy or whatever, that he's not entertaining, like that whole celebration where he would sit down like that, like it was funny, but he just doesn't have that like heat-seeking missile to the spotlight superstar mentality of somebody like a David Beckham or Ronaldo. And to be honest, Messi was kind of the same way, but he didn't play like it. His personality was just not superstar-oriented.
So someone's interesting. There's two players that are really interesting in this conversation. It's the 2 players I mentioned before, which is Kylian Mbappe, but more so, and the winner of it's like the Young Player Award, isn't it?
Copa Trophy, yeah.
Yeah, Jude Bellingham, who has gone to Real Madrid, like, and it's almost like it's all dependent. I've based all of this on his celebration, which is where he puts his arms out as if to say, "This is like, I'm the guy. I am the guy." And that is, in a young Englishman to be doing that at the Bernabeu week out is so weird to watch. A lad from Birmingham do that, but like, I can't be honest, I absolutely love it. Like, it's so cool to see a player be so good and to have like no fear as well. So young as well. Like Jude Bellingham might be the best player. Like, we might be talking about him as the best player in the world, like very, very, very soon, which is crazy.
No, he is a champagne player. England, with the talent that England has right now, with guys like Bukayo Saka and Jude Bellingham coming through, you guys have to win something. I know everybody always seems to be saying that, but Jude Bellingham there's no reason he won't be the best midfielder in the world for the next decade. There's none. He's 20 years old, Ben. He's 20.
No, mate, he's on again, unbelievable. I don't know what he might be. We're talking about someone that is already potentially like will absolutely be. But you don't want to put this amount of pressure on a 20-year-old Englishman, really. But again, he's not listening to this, is he? So he'll be fine. And I'm sure plenty of other people are saying it. He could be the best player, like one of the best players ever, if he carries on like this. Like, what he's doing at Madrid right now, with like the freedom he's got at Real Madrid, with the things he's probably going to win, the way that they've set that team up, with the fact that Kylian Mbappe is almost certainly going to end up in front of him soon, like that. That's proper like Galactico stuff from Madrid that we've not seen for a while. It could be crazy.
Real Madrid just I think they just did a deal with Saudi too, so they're going to get even more funding. But I think it's really interesting because Kylian Mbappe is the one guy we haven't drilled down on out of this list of 3 of the next generation.
Where does he fit on this? Because he is a superstar, but he's also got like that Haaland-esque get the job done attitude.
I think he's more like Haaland than he is like Messi and Ronaldo. I'll be honest. I think he's very much he's more of a prima donna. I think where Jude Bellingham and Erling Haaland, even though Jude Bellingham's got the superstar mentality and Erling Haaland has that Paul Scholes workman-like mentality, I think that neither of them is particularly involved in drama. Where Kylian Mbappe seems to court drama, but I always respect somebody that courts drama but backs it up on the field. The kid backs it up on the field. I mean, he's not really a kid anymore. What is he, 23 years old? He, like, that performance in that World Cup final against Messi, nobody will ever have a bigger mic drop, even though he lost that game. Like, he put the ball in the net 4 times if you count the penalty shootout in a World Cup final. And he had that one move. It was like 3 minutes left or whatever. I was doing the live watch along thing, and he's dancing in from the far side of the box. And it was amazing because you felt sure he was going to score. You were like, this is the moment where he destroys the rest of it. But he is still, like, give me a goal that Kylian Mbappe has scored that has the same gravitas and the same, like, cult following as one of those Ronaldo 40-yard free kicks or one of those incredible, majestic Messi runs. Like, Mbappe has scored great goals, obviously, including one that he got in the freaking World Cup final. But those, like, there's a certain, like you talked about it, the love of the game. I don't know if Kylian Mbappe is scoring the love of the game goals.
No, but that's such a rare thing to find in a player. It's mad to me, right? We just talked about Bellingham again. I'm going to harp back on him in a minute. In December, like at Christmas, at Christmas, Kylian Mbappe will be 5 years older than Jude Bellingham. That's why what Jude Bellingham doing right now is kind of mad. Like, and some people are saying it in the chat, and they're right. They're like, performance-wise, Bellingham has this thing where he's kind of quiet. He feels like he's missing a little bit, but then has these moments over and over again. And so, like, it's at some point that's not a coincidence. And so you have to just sort of take what you get with him sometimes. That if he becomes like this match winner, and again, like Bellingham is very much the guy. And I feel like Kylian Mbappe has been sort of trapped in this world, like in between Neymar and Messi, where he's trying to still figure out if he could be the guy, if he wants to be the guy. And I think the difference between all 3 of them is there's like, because they've just watched like the way in which the world has reacted to Messi and Ronaldo, they've almost got that knowledge now to know how to deal with this. And so they almost become separate brands without needing to compete with one another. And so that I think the relationship between the top players in the world is going to be very different to what we've seen over the last decade, and how these players are perceived by the rest of the world as very individual, almost like guns for hire to a degree, depending on how they move around and how they're utilized. So it's going to be really interesting to see like where we are even in a year's time, never mind like 5 and 10 years time, when we're still doing this podcast once a year. That's going to be very cool.
No, I think that Kylian Mbappe feels like he's running out of time. I think he feels some sort of pressure that he's but he does. He seems like he feels like he's running out of time. The entire state of France is emotionally invested in keeping him at PSG. He's always wanted to play at Real Madrid. That's turned into a giant mess. I mean, by the time this all ends, this is going to be like a 3-year saga where we all knew he was eventually going to end up on Real Madrid. Right? I mean, that's where it's going. That's where it's always been going. It's just how long the entire state of France and the entirety of the UAE can offer him enough money to stay in France and try and do something. Granted, if PSG wins the Ballon d'Or, wins the Champions League, Mbappe wins the Ballon d'Or. I think that's when he gets his breakthrough. As long as it's not, Erling Haaland taking Norway to the World Cup knockouts or something.
You're probably right. You're probably right. I think the most exciting thing from just a purely football fan perspective is this: all of the things that they've got the potential to do. Like, it's there. You can almost feel all of these things happening. And it's a really exciting time. There was a period of time after Messi and Ronaldo where people were looking for the next best players, and it wasn't obvious. There was like 3 or 4 years where it was like, who's even coming through right now? Like, this feels, I don't know, I think people like the idea of there being the best players in the world, and they weren't like traditional, like again, they weren't superstars. Again, it wasn't a matter of like not finding great players. It was like, who are the next superstars? And then in the last few years, Mbappe's definitely established himself as that, as has Haaland, and now Bellingham is doing it as well. And now it suddenly feels like we've got a lot of them, whereas before it felt like we didn't have any. So football's in a like, from a purely player perspective, football's in a very exciting place until they all move to Saudi Arabia.
I don't think they will. Saudi Arabia already spent $1 billion in one transfer window.
They've barely got started, mate. They've barely got started.
I don't doubt that, but I do think that if you are Haaland, Mbappe, Jude Bellingham, you at least still want to play in Europe. And that money is moving into Europe too. I mean, what are PSG and Newcastle and Man City doing anyways? That money is moving into Europe, and they're looking at more clubs to buy. Qatar has a $5 billion war chest to buy somebody, and they can't buy United. They're going to buy somebody. We don't know who it is, but all of a sudden Sunderland's going to get bought by, Middle Eastern state, and they're just going to explode up, or like Brighton or something, and they're just, because United, for whatever reason, the Glazers want to actually, they want $10 billion or something.
Yeah. That's the hardest thing to predict right now. Even Football Manager is struggling. so no one knows what Saudi Arabia's football landscape will look like in a couple of years. But I really hope, because again, I think the competitive nature, look at the grief Mbappe gets now for playing in France. Please everyone keep playing competitively. Please stop playing with Steven Gerrard and Jordan Henderson. Just everyone stay where you are, please.
I love the fact that Jordan Henderson continues to stay in the England team. It makes no sense to me. Absolutely not.
Well, it's that thing though. It's like the Allison for Yashin. He's not turned into a bad player. He's still pretty good. Still one of England's most experienced players. Whatever. Yeah, you're right. Get him out. Get him out of the pissing team. Move on, everybody. For the love of God. Yeah, no, I really tried there.
You did. You wound up to really dive into that, and then
whatever. I don't care anymore. Get him out. Get Ward-Prowse in. I agree with us in the chat that said that. Move on, everybody. Whatever now. Just put Bellingham in there. Have 1 versus 11 and let him cook, as they say.
What's your England midfield 3? I'm going Jude Bellingham, probably Declan Rice.
Yeah,
and then Calvin Phillips, obviously.
The third one is a little trickier because it's that one isn't necessarily as obvious. It depends if you're prepared to move a player that is maybe more traditionally a wide player and to drop them a little deeper and put them in there, or someone that plays like in behind a striker. Players like Maddison make sense right now, but then you've also got the likes of Foden that I still think could play a part in that type of system. Someone like Phillips is not for me. I agree with Rice though. It's curious. I think when people mention Ward-Prowse quite regularly in this conversation too. I think you could arguably change things up quite a lot actually, and just play a 2 with Bellingham and Rice, and then play Maddison in behind someone like Kane, and then you've got the likes of Saka and Grealish and whoever else you want in there. Yeah, Southgate's got a lot of pressure on Southgate coming up very shortly.
Well, I mean, he's the England manager. He's always under a lot of pressure. The interesting point, I just always love bouncing around this, is Phil Foden, because Phil Foden is in the same category as Mbappe, in that people forget kind of how old he's getting. Phil Foden's been the next guy up for a long time, and yet he seems to be unable to cement himself as a real superstar that everybody thought he was going to be. Like evidenced by, you just went through England wingers, and there was no Phil Foden. I have no point here. I just find it interesting because he's been like next man up for 5 years. And he's won every trophy possible, but he's just not the transcendent player a lot of people thought he was going to be.
If he'd won the World Cup, if he was Argentinian, he'd have finished 7th in the Ballon d'Or though. So we can say all this, but what could have been for Phil if he was born in Buenos Aires?
Well, I mean, look, he has had some performances where I'm like, wow, he's just really good, and the way he controls the ball is just world class all the way through. But
sorry,
what?
Someone in the chat saved this. The midfield 3 is Declan Rice, Trent Alexander-Arnold, and Jude Bellingham.
What's amazing is I was actually going to mention, I was actually going to say that, but I didn't want to get clowned too hard because Trent's kind of fallen out of.
No, just play Walker at right back, Stones, Maguire. Carry on if you want. I don't care who's at left back, but yeah, that should be the 3. Just put Trent in midfield.
Just get Reece James like a couple of new legs,
or Reece James,
double leg transplant, and slap him out there at right back because he's apparently the best player ever. He plays 8 games a year.
He's the Neymar of the right back world. Yeah, you're right.
Or he's like captain of Chelsea now, right?
Yeah, but I don't know if anyone's really captain of Chelsea. They're very funny, aren't they?
That's fair enough.
It was the Manchester derby this weekend. Everyone has had an absolute meltdown about, I don't know what's happened really. Everyone's had an absolute meltdown about Manchester United not beating Man City.
No, I think that the meltdown has to do with the fact that United under Bald Fraud number 2 is supposed to be getting better, but there doesn't seem to be any evidence that they are, right? Like he's signing his
that's
players and instituting his system, and they seem to be like, eras come to an end, but they seem to be regressing away from City. Like they're not gaining ground on them at all.
No, but City are arguably getting better at the same time. I just think the furore around that is a bit like, well, the City are really good at Manchester United, provably not. So why would they lose to them 3-0? Is everyone like, I cannot believe what's going on? Like, yeah, of course. This is always what was going to happen. I'm not that surprised. Now, whether Erik ten Hag is doing a better job than Ole Gunnar Solskjaer or not, that's a conversation I'm happy to have, because I don't think he is. There's very little evidence that he is. I think they're basically doing the same thing. The honeymoon period for Ten Hag is well and truly over, and they are just not that different. They stylistically don't have anything to show for it. They just look like 11 players put on the pitch. Bruno Fernandes is just moaning all the time that it's not going his way. Everyone's getting annoyed at him but not getting annoyed at him. Like, I don't really think too much has changed. And actually, the conversation probably needs to be is Erik ten Hag as good as everyone thought he was? You kind of have to conclude, no, he's not. And I tell you who's making it a lot worse for Erik ten Hag, Postecoglou at Tottenham, who's gone straight in and gone, there you go. And so now it makes Erik ten Hag look a little stupid, in my opinion.
Well, I think that there's a difference between Ole and Erik ten Hag that's important to point out, is that Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is a practical manager. He's a Jose Mourinho archetype of a manager where he's just going to try and put his team together to win the game. He doesn't really have a style, where Ten Hag is in the Pep mold where he's like, I have this style and that's the way we want to play. And I thought it was a huge admission of like defeat, really, because it was the first time we've ever heard him say it, where they asked him, it wasn't right after the game, but they're like, are you like, when are we going to see you playing your Ajax style here? And he was basically like, never, because we have different players. To which I would counter with, you went and got Antony for like the price.
It's a terrible answer. It's a terrible answer.
And for a guy that he was signed specifically because of how well they were playing, and United was tired of having managers that were practicalists, that were just trying to win games with whatever they had going on. Now, Ange also has a style, but he does feel a lot more practical. And now I made a video called the insane rise of Ange Postecoglou. So I've researched this guy in detail. And that guy makes it unfair for everybody, because all he does wherever he is win and tell the truth, which is something that we don't get from a lot of managers in the world. I
love that, though. Right. That's great. Yeah. That should be I hope that becomes his brand, win and tell the truth. That's such a great brand.
He wins and he tells the truth. And it's so rare that you get somebody, let alone that tells the truth, but can also just seems to be able to show up everywhere and inspire good relationships and confidence from his players. And he creates a good vibe. And he's a guy that doesn't manage clubs for more than 2 to 3 years. So he should be a Jose Mourinho, where he leaves and everybody hates him and he hates everybody, but they won along the way. That's not what he is. Everybody loves him, and he creates this just fantastic vibe around everything. It's all for the fans, and then his teams just win. Every single place he's gone since the Australian U23s, he's won.
It's going to be so sad when the English media destroy him. I said this last episode. It's going to be so sad, because you're so right, and it's so lovable, and there's so little to hate about it. But they'll find a way. The Daily Mail and everyone else will find a way. Sky Sports will find a way.
They usually do.
Oh, God. They really will.
Yeah.
They really will. But back to Ten Hag, who, when you are appointed as Manchester United manager, because the work you've done at a previous club, a major part of that is the philosophy in which you seem to be adopting. And then you admit there will be no philosophy here. That's such a brave thing. I think pretty stupid thing to say. I know he's frustrated, but just to sort of go, no, I won't be doing it. Well, I don't know if you've seen the players. They're not capable. I can only apologise. What about the money you've spent? Well, I've clearly got that wrong. Just leave, mate. Just leave. Honestly, bring someone else in, because it's just like, this is now not working. But then again, I don't know who they bring in. I don't know. It's not good.
No,
it's not good.
Manchester United has had the same problem for a long time. Their recruitment sucks, and their players just aren't as good as they think they are.
That's so funny for a billion, multi-billion-dollar corporation. Your players are rubbish, and you can't fix it. Like, and it would just continue. But because it's football, they can't have, we're just going to take 2 years off. We're just going to, if we could just disappear, we'll be back in a bit. We've got loads to do. Like, we're going to, it's like a shop closing down and then having a big relaunch. Manchester United need a relaunch, but they need so much longer to actually fix it and to come back. And they need like 4 or 5 players that we've never heard of that they've created in a lab and gone, oh, by the way, good news, this is us now. We've got a style and everything. Like, oh, I don't know. There's so much they could do, and they'd be better off with Van Gaal. I've said it.
They honestly, what they need is somebody with a lot of gravitas who can basically. They need like a Carlo Ancelotti type manager who can come in and be like, "Listen, we have to actually try. Okay, like we can't just walk around and not doing anything. You have to get those guys to actually mentally invest themselves. You have to get Anthony to stop spinning around like a top." And you have to get everybody to stop freaking out. And like the Jadon Sancho situation, horrible. Like the whole situation is horrible.
Really bad.
Yeah. How much money did they spend on him? And he's rotting on the bench playing FIFA while they're like playing in European matches.
Like someone in the chat, and I'm not trying to have a go, but there are people that are Ten Hag defenders. He has had 76 matches and bought 16 players in. That's why it's Ten Hag's fault. He's had ages to fix this. They've spent loads of money, and they are 8th right now after 10 games, and they don't look like they've got a philosophy or an idea of what they're doing week in, week out. Like, they've done it. A lot's gone on. A lot's gone on.
Here's the thing. I also think that in our society, we jump to a conclusion that, like, Ten Hag sucks always. He does not suck always, clearly, because Ajax went spiraling down the drain the moment he left. But he sucks right now, right? And that might change, but there is something really, and this is not the first time I've said this on this podcast, and it feels like this is deja vu, because this is not the first time I've said this year or last year or the year before. It feels like there's something rotten at Manchester United. They don't like each other. And I mean, Kobe and Shaq in the NBA, you can win if you don't like each other, but you need the right person in charge who can crack some skulls and be like, listen, we have to do this. And I don't know if Ten Hag's just not that type of guy. He doesn't seem like he's that type of guy.
I'll say he's not that guy. And the last person in the Premier League that was that guy before Ange was Mikel Arteta, who has gone in. He clearly understands the Premier League because he's been here for the majority of his career. He's understood it. He's got it at Arsenal. He's basically almost sent Arsenal back to close to what they were under Wenger, you would argue, but obviously with a Manchester City spin on it as well because of what he's done there. And he's revolutionised not just the team, but the way in which people feel about it. And then he's got results at the same time. And look, admittedly, they've not won anything of like real note yet. But you ask Arsenal fans if they're happy right now. They absolutely are. You ask Manchester United fans if they're happy right now. Absolutely not. And so someone said 76 games isn't a lot. It's as good as 2 seasons. And so if you're going to continue to be at the point where you still don't really know what you are, when you were so defined at Ajax, like it's a real worry for them now. And because who do you bring in next? I don't know who. They can't bring Jose back in. I don't know who is logical. Like someone like Ancelotti wouldn't want this. The problem you have consistently is that it's such a big job. It's such a problematic place to put yourself in that like it's a bit of a career killer. Or at least sets you back a little bit. And I don't know, you need someone, not necessarily with you need someone like Postecoglou, basically, who's going to come in and just go, we're doing it like this. And we're all going to have to get on board. Like when Klopp first came in at Liverpool, we weren't immediately playing the style which Liverpool are now known for, but there was definitely signs of, that's what we're going to become. Where at no point under Ten Hag have I looked at United and think, that's what they're going to become. And I think that's the scariest bit, especially when he's admitting it in a press conference.
I think if you're United, you have 2 options. You either throw a ton of money, all of this money you've been spending poorly on transfers, at one of the 5 or 6 people with a big enough name to crack skulls and get everybody in line, which would be like a Zinedine Zidane, who has no reason to take the job, which is why you have to throw a ton of money at him. Or you take a page out of Tottenham's book, because there are good managers who can win, right? And you just have to find them. And Ange Postecoglou, if you look back through his history, is just one of those guys. Everywhere he goes, he wins. Like, they need a winner. They need somebody with a winning mentality who is not afraid to make changes. And I feel like
but
I just feel like that might be their only move. If they fire Ten Hag, that might be their only option.
You're so right, but they need, like, I know it's a bit cliched now, but they need a manager that's got a clear philosophy, because then that builds transfer structure. Then you understand what type of players you need. Then you understand the upgrades in which you need. Again, you look at Klopp's first 10 signings. Look at the players Arteta's brought in. Look at what Guardiola's done. They've all got an idea of how they want to play, and they've bought players for that. Whereas Ten Hag has now admitted, well, he can't do that. So if he's not the guy and he can't do it, it's like I know it's early, but that admission is almost like a time to go admission. That is a really big admission to basically say, no matter how much money we spend and who we bring in, we actually can't play. Like, was Casemiro part of that plan? Was even Antony part of that plan? Like, someone made the point before, you can't just bring in one of them and then expect it all to work. So where do they want to go with this? Like, what is this is just their season where they're going to finish 6th, 7th, or 8th this year, and it's going to suck, and they're just going to have to swallow it, and then at the end of the year conclude, now what do we do? Really difficult.
No, I don't think Ten Hag is scared. I do, in some sense, think I feel like he's LARPing a little bit. He's live action role playing as Sir Alex Ferguson with the whole Jadon Sancho thing, where he's trying to show that he's the boss by just slamming the door on somebody that like badmouthed him on Instagram one time. I don't necessarily think that's him. I think that Ten Hag works best when he's in a cohesive situation like Pep Guardiola's in at Manchester City, where he's able to be a tinker man and doesn't have to worry about this. And I think that's what he was doing at Ajax. So I don't think Ten Hag is scared. No, I don't think that's his problem. He came in going, we're going to make big changes. This is what's going to happen. And like you said, he kind of admitted it didn't work. Like he admitted that his initial plan just hasn't worked. And sometimes if you're a coach in particular in Football Manager, the game that we obviously play a lot of, kind of encapsulates this. Sometimes you just get unlucky. I think Ten Hag's probably been a little bit unlucky, but also like his signings have been weird. I always come back to the Antony signing as just such a bizarre, like it seemed at the time like people at Ajax even knew. They're like, you're paying us $100 million for right, Antony.
Yeah, it is mad. There is the point when, I can't remember when exactly it was, but when Conte was really heavily linked to Manchester United, and I don't think Conte is an obvious Manchester United manager, but he was absolutely at that very point where he was linked. It was a few years ago now, pre-Tottenham. It was like that would have made sense for United at that point, because he is the type of guy to go in and just go, this is what we're going to be. And so even if it's not what you end up being, and Tottenham have proven that, it doesn't mean you're locked into that for the rest of time. Like, you just have to have an identity of what you can move towards. So the next person that comes in can at least see a pattern. So right now they've now been through, I don't know how many managers where they've not had an identity. So they're essentially, Manchester United just having an identity crisis on all levels, on all fronts, from board level all the way down to the playing staff. It's so difficult. Like, and even again, as I said before, I don't think Conte fixes it. I don't think Conte is a Manchester United manager. But what does unless that is Sir Alex Ferguson again? What is that? Like, it's not existed. You wouldn't say any of the managers that have come in post Ferguson have been like that, or at least have defined Manchester United in the way that people knew them. So now I don't know what they do. Like, and so people say, "What's the solution?" I don't know, and luckily I'm not being paid to figure it out. Like,
I'm not getting paid.
I'm doing great in FM. My FM episode's going brilliantly. Get me in.
Well, look, I think that there are certain clubs that work better as system clubs, and there are certain clubs that work better as win-at-all-cost clubs. The difference is best illustrated by Barcelona as a system club. You need to have a coach that understands the right way to play and can sit in there and tinker. Manchester City has developed itself as a system club. Pep Guardiola stepped into that and built this system, and that's just what happens. Manchester United is more like Real Madrid. Manchester United, Sir Alex Ferguson was never known for his tactical acumen, although I think it was underrated. I think that he did some great stuff with the way that he was able to balance all of the crazy good forwards that he had. But what was Sir Alex Ferguson above all else? The dude was win at all costs, whatever it takes to win. Not that somebody like Pep Guardiola isn't that, but they're really intent on building this lasting style. I think United is, in that sense, historically the Real Madrid of the Premier League. And they probably, need to find. I mean, I know you were almost joking about like they need another Sir Alex Ferguson. You need to find somebody with that mindset who, when there's 10 minutes left in the game, they go, "I'm just going to put in strikers and we'll figure it out."
I'm not even like almost without irony, right? And I understand the lunacy. Like, so don't mock this, viewers or listeners. I understand the lunacy of what I'm about to say. Roy Keane is not a terrible option. That's where Manchester United are now. Roy Keane going into Old Trafford is not the worst idea. That's where they're at now. Like because he is someone that him and Ferguson notoriously now and famously always don't get on, right? But because they're quite similar, but they have their differences. And so him going in now, as someone that has managed, by the way, and has coached, and actually has had some success managing, right? It has happened. I was fans of Sunderland. Like, there was a point where it was okay. But in terms of mentality and in terms of like a bit of fear factor, and you watch the Beckham documentary is a good example of this. They were scared of him. There was this attitude of, we can't let him down. And so Roy Keane sort of decreased that attitude towards him a little bit because he's become a bit of a meme. But he's genuinely not like the worst option right now. In that he understands what Manchester United are. So, and what? It can't go worse, can it? It can't go worse.
Mean, have you seen Chelsea?
It can go a bit worse. It can go a bit worse, actually. But like, again, I bear in mind, listeners, I did start this with, I understand the lunacy of what I'm about to say. But like, it's not a terrible option right now.
I'll tell you. I'm on board with this idea. I'm on board with this idea for one reason. Roy Keane managing this United team in this modern media age would be the funniest managerial tenure.
Exactly.
It would be. If you are not a Manchester United fan, you should be fully on board with this because it would be so entertaining. I mean, he would be over here like taking Jadon Sancho's PlayStation away. That's like that's what would be happening.
Stop fighting it. Why not? Sure, does it? And Zealand said it himself, guys. Alex Ferguson didn't have tactical acumen. Doesn't matter. Roy Keane needs to go in, disciplinarian, kick some ass. And Zealand, do you know who my assistant is right now in my Manchester United?
Is it Roy Keane?
Roy Keane. Roy Keane. Spoilers, we might be top of the league. So come on.
Maybe you've got them top of the league. Why not you step in?
I'll do it. I'll do it for less than 10 args on. Throw me in there.
You know who would be a great idea if he hadn't just like taken over the German national team? I think somebody like Julian Nagelsmann would actually work.
Yeah,
he's somebody. Yeah. He's somebody that gets the locker room behind him immediately. Seems to always have great relationships with his players and is a win it. You know, he is a I will make whatever changes are needed to win. I will change my style in order to win. I really like Nagelsmann. He's one of those guys also that just like wins everywhere he goes. So unless he accidentally has a relationship with one of the reporters covering the team, and then he kind of has to leave in the middle of the night. But that, you know, as long as he can avoid that, then Nagelsmann's the guy.
Well, we've talked about a lot on this podcast, and I think that it's nice that we've rounded it off with Roy Keane is the man to fix Manchester United. Thank you. I've been your co-host, Dr. Benji FM. See you and Shannon over there. We'll see you next time.
Bye.
Mic drop.
That was good. Yeah. Wow. All right. That was a good warm up.
Wow.
Do you want to record the podcast now?
Yeah, I wasn't recording. No.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool. How's it work? We hit record now and then we start?
Yeah. Ready?
Okay, cool. Yep. 3, 2. Oh, okay. Thank you, chat, by the way. Your lively discussion definitely helped fuel us and determine what we were talking about. I really enjoy doing this podcast live. You, Ben, up in your corner?
Yeah, I was role-playing there. I actually think Roy Keane would be a terrible option, but that's not the point of the podcast. So I was being a character there, for those that won't know.
How can anybody trust you ever again?
No, I'm joking. I actually don't think it would be a terrible decision. Like, I really don't. Because they've tried, like, tacticians now, like a couple of times with a few different managers, and that doesn't really work either. They just need someone who's prepared to say, this is how we do it now. And people were kind of convinced that Ten Hag would be that guy, but he's now openly proven he's not that guy. So move on.
I just say, I like that Chelsea and United aren't that good.
Me too. This is so fun.
Yeah,
I love it so much, Sealand. You have no idea how much I love it. I love talking about how absolutely awful they are. I love it. It's the best thing that's ever happened to me. They ruined my life when I was younger. They ruined it. Every weekend I go into school, and some Manchester United fans that are born in Great Yarmouth were going, oh, ain't that again, to Mike York scored again. Piss off. You're shit now. I'm sorry that I didn't swear. I'm sorry. You are now. You're so bad. And every weekend I watch your matches, not because I know you're going to win, because it's so funny.
It's so funny.
Someone said Ben's insufferable. So were they. So were they. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to enjoy it.
As you should, because I think there's an impending fall for Liverpool queued up for like 2 years from now.
Nah, Dominic Szoboszlai is the best player in the world, mate. We should have included him in the conversation. I was born in Boston, England. Lazy number 9. Whatever.
Yeah, no, I'm on an entirely separate note. I'm glad they're both not good because I think it's fun to see new blood near the top of the table. Teams like Villa, and, West Ham when they have the appetite, those sorts. Like I think that's fun. I think it's good for the game.
Fan on.
England, fan on. You get heated. You get heated.
So good though. It's so great. Oh,
wow, you needed that. You needed that.
I
moment.
so did. I should have done that on the podcast, really. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, everyone. Sorry. I'm actually not awful. But it is. But I cannot begin to tell you how much watching at the end of every Super Sunday, Gary Neville, Roy Keane, and whoever else is there discuss the demise of Manchester United. I cannot tell you how much I enjoy it. I'm trying to, but I can't. And like, if Liverpool collapse after Jurgen Klopp leaves, then enjoy that as well, because we've been great for ages. So enjoy it. Enjoy it. Waited my whole life for this season. You don't understand. I thought what you have to understand is, and football fans of like the 2000s, right, of my age, you can sympathise with this, right? We never thought this would happen. We just thought they'd be great forever. So we never thought we'd get this. Like, we never thought we'd get it. And so the fact we've got it, and Liverpool have been good as well, I can't believe it. Oh.
What was it? United had finished in the top 3 of every Premier League season for like the first 20-something Premier League seasons that had happened. It was only, it was like after they made Maguire the captain, they finished outside the top 3 for like the first time ever.
Yeah. Like, even when Chelsea became good under Mourinho, right, and even when Wenger and Arsenal were like decent as well, never mattered. It was always United. It was always, I can't stand what they're doing. And so the fact it's sort of just like crumbling, both metaphorically and literally with their stadium. Oh.
And physically. So Manchester City's different chants, the fans' different chants at the derby, those were funny. Those were top class. About how the stadium was falling down and they wanted 10 more years of the Glazers and like 10 more years of Ten Hag.
Oh, amazing. Yeah,
that was well done. That was like proper chanting and housery.
Yeah, we don't always just slander Manchester United on the podcast. It's usually every other week. So next week we'll be pretty clear of this. So don't worry about it, guys. And when Liverpool are bad, we just don't record for the whole year. To the point where I forgot that Liverpool had not won things last season.
Yeah, that was a great moment.
Oh God, sorry, that was bad.
I mean, because you were a Liverpool fan, I just went along. I just went along with it. Really I was like, wow, I guess I was wrong. I didn't remember them winning anything, but okay.
But I was just convincing myself. I'm like, yeah, we probably won some stuff last year. What could possibly go wrong?
Zealand, are the Glazers loved by Tampa fans? No, of course they're not, because they're just not very good owners. Like,
that's a hot take.
Yeah, they're not particularly beloved in Tampa, but we did win a Super Bowl a couple years ago, so it's hard to hate on them. I mean, you always have a healthy hate for your owners usually, but we did win a Super Bowl, but it was more because we just happened to luck in and we won the Tom Brady lottery and won the Super Bowl, and then he's gone, and now we suck again. So all you need to know about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is we have the worst win percentage in the history of the NFL. And for the vast majority of that time, we've been owned by the Glazers. So,
also, Liverpool won the Community Shield last year, so eat that.
Got him.
Can you have me say the word beta or beta? I would say beta, but actually, the phrase the way I actually say it this year is early access.
Yeah. If you don't, you get drone striked by Miles Jacobson and crew. They have drone capability now.
Yeah.
If you say beta on stream. So I think we're already doomed.
Also, because I've been doing, this is the last time I mentioned it, I'm so sorry. Because I've been doing United Save, like I'm really living I'm really living the Manchester United experience right now. And it's very funny to see this. Like, I can't get rid of any of the players. I can't do anything. They all want them loads. Anthony Martial's on £250,000 a week, and nobody wants him. So it's just, forget it then.
Yeah, but he does
Just
have
stay
a he does have a Ballon d'Or clause in his contract, so or at least he used to.
Yeah, that's so true.
That was
Still
the thing.
time.
Yeah,
Actually, there
still
isn't.
time.
His contract expires.
Oh. Maybe this year, man. This year. He's going to win it this year.
Right.
Get that retroactive payment.
Right. For those that can't stand me, I've got great news. This is where I leave. Have a lovely evening, Zealand, and to the viewers of Zealand. I do really enjoy doing this with you lot on here. So I hope you enjoy bits of me, even if the last 10 minutes were a bit let's just say chaotic. Take care, everybody. Have a lovely time. Hopefully you had a nice Halloween. Yeah.
Bye, Ben. We'll see you next Wednesday.
All. I'm going to the Faroe Islands now via Denmark. See you later. See you next time.
That sounds exhilarating. See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Always a good time. Always a good time hanging out with old Dr. Benji. Another episode of the podcast in the books. That was a fun one. I had a good time. Yeah, there's some really detailed discussion about United and Chelsea, which we hadn't had yet. Well, mostly about United. We'll probably dig into the Chelsea thing when they lose a couple more matches again. Yeah, well, the reason we record for so long is we're trying to get 20 good minutes in the rest of the podcast. You know, we're trying to get 20 good minutes out of that podcast. That's what we're working for. One day we'll get it. We haven't really gotten it yet. Hi. Bring it in close, okay? Because I'm about to go down to the corner. Oh, no. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? I just happened to be on the Jaffa Cakes Twitter. All right, we're playing Football Manager, baby. Let's do it. Football Manager 2024. Is that it? That the year we're in, yo? Yeah, I'm still staring at the Jaffa Cakes thing. I am all for it, dude. All for it. How do you spell asymmetrical? Asymmetrical tactics only. Okay, that's there we go. Click the follow button if you're a real fan. Darn right. And you can re-listen to the podcast when it's published tomorrow or the next day, everywhere that you get your podcasts. 20 good minutes. Asymmetrical. Okay, I did spell it right. Thank you for confirming my own stifling genius. All right, I'm going to follow Jaffa Cakes. I hope they follow me back. They last tweeted a year ago. Oh, no, April 27th. All right, I'm going to put on notifications. No reason. There's no reason. I just kind of want to stay up to date on what Jaffa Cakes is doing. That's it. Is that what? What? Riley, thank you for the tier 3, dude, for 2 years. Xanthonin, thank you for the 27 months. Zach Brown, thank you for the 3 months. Stevie T, thank you for the 32 months. Samaj Dar, thank you for the 30 months. Thank you guys for being a part of the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. Here we are, top of the freaking J-League, baby. 6 points clear, but Kobe has a match in hand right now. We did sadly lose away against Niigata on the stream yesterday. That made me really sad because I thought we had a shot in an unbeaten season, but we still do have a shot at the quadruple. We are into the Japanese League Cup quarterfinals because we got through the group stage. We've been drawn into a pretty easy section of the All Japan Cup, and we're top of the league. So, Ange Postecoglou managed this team. We're doing it better. Who am I playing? Kashiwa? Sick. Didn't we already set our lineup for the game? I think I set the lineup yesterday. We're a little short on, everybody. We have, an injury epidemic like everybody else that's ever played this game. Oh, but I am happy because I recorded a YouTube video yesterday about how much I love FM24. So I can't wait for that, for whatever chaos that causes. It'll cause some chaos. It will definitely cause some chaos. Hey, what's up, Act of God? How you doing? Game too easy? No. I don't think it is. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I'm so good at Football Manager. You know what I'm saying? No, I probably too early to say. Now I want to try a Jaffa cake in the U.S. Might have to order some. Oh, they're so good, dude. They're so good. I fell in love with them when I studied abroad in England. And I used to get boxes shipped of Jaffa cakes, but I stopped doing it probably 2 years ago. And then I hadn't thought about a Jaffa cake in like a year and a half, but he mentioned it on the stream, and I was like, you know. And I was like, hey, you know it would be intriguing. You know it would be interesting if I happen to get another box of Jaffa cakes. You know it would be just super interesting. So then that was where my thought process was at. Like, I'm going to be playing Jaffa Cake FC in the release. Yeah. You've figured it out. Dan, thank you for the 9 months. I'm Shimizu Espulse in Season 2 and top of the J-League. Congratulations. Jaffa Cake eating live. I'm going to do a Jaffa Cake mukbang. Mukbang? Is it mook or muck? It's mukbang, right? Did you try other flavors? No, I'm an OG Jaffa Cakes guy. Well, my keeper's hurt, which is bad because... Okay, ethical question. My other goalkeeper's hurt. He has a broken hand. Now, he's on the way back. He doesn't return to training for another 4 days. I'm pretty sure he's not cleared to play. Do we play the man whose hand is definitely still broken? Or do we put in the grayed out keeper Fujio Oizumi for Paul Obina Obi? Guy with the broken hand. I agree. Hiroki Lakura and his broken hand. He's coming in. We have not looked good to start this. I also, this is important. I can't believe they didn't score on that last play also, because my goalkeeper was laying off to the side with a broken arm. And he just missed the empty net. Maybe he was out of shame. Oh, Medina! That was good, though. That was good. Good play. Good play. I have to change him, too. Yeah, if Hiroki Lakura gets hurt, then it really is, it's Jover for everything. Then we're down to the only non-grayed out goalkeeper left at the club. Because my third string is hurt, so there's a fourth string down in my reserves who could become the guy, but he's basically a grayed out player anyways. Oh, Sonoda. Good God, man! Watch out for the hand! Play through the pain. We gave him one of those pain-killing injections. He's fine. Is that legal in Japan? I hope so. Oh, Mateus. Good. Medina and Mateus. Oh. That was looking pretty promising. All right, keep it moving. Good. Mizunuma, Jan Mateus. Oh, pass it. No, he took too many touches. We could still score! He's going to play the game of his life because of the injury. It's an anime thing. Love that. This is a great finish by Alan Medina. This is the Alan Medina we need if we're going to be able to pull off the quad. If we're going to pull off the quad, we need an Alan Medina that scores those goals. That is well done. He finds his goal scoring form. We find nothing but dubs. Elber. Oh, nice pullback. Mizunuma. Oh, my goodness, Mateus! Their keeper is bad. Their keeper is bad. He is not good. We rise. How you doing? What's up, dude? Oh, dude, okay. Where did this go? Did this go through his hands? Oh. Dude's rocking that David De Gea. That's not fair. David was really good in his prime. That shot could not have been more at him. And he just, that is a catastrophe. I would rather have my goalkeeper with the broken hand. Absolutely. I agree. Oh, Medina. Good space. Oh, good ball. Oh, my dude. What is this game? Well, G. Willikers, I don't know about this one. I think we are getting a little lucky today. But, yeah, this is why you pray to the FM gods right here. This match is a beautiful example of why you pray to the FM gods, because this is a very even match that's been played out so far, and we are winning 3-0. All right, one of you guys actually defend him, please. Oh, nice play, Hatanaka. Oh no. Koike, no, that was clean, ref. Oh, that was a good tackle. No. No pen. No penalty. That was clean. Koike nailed that. Got his foot right in there. That was beautiful. Schiller, thank you for the 35 months. Donkey Flip Flop, thank you for the 22 months. Alistair, thank you for the 6 months. You look fresh as hell today, Chief. Let me know the skincare routine. It's called great lighting and a decent camera. But I appreciate it. Alistair. I do. Ace Kev, thank you for the 16 months, dude. Appreciate you being a part of the Hammers for nearly 2 years. You've got 2 Twitch children now, so you're pretty serious in this commitment. Keeper's about to re-break his hand. Yeah, honestly, the penalty, they should just shoot it really hard right at him. Make him save it with his hands. He'd be trying to chest it up in the air and break a rib. All right, Hatanaka. Where are you going? Elber? Tsunoda? Like the only 4 defenders that we have left on our team that aren't hurt. Natsuda. Oh, this is pretty. Oh, there's no way. Okay, that was the dumbest deflection I've seen in FM24 right there. Just ripped it off this dude's chest, and it's just saucering towards Matsumoto. No confidence in him to save that. Tsunoda from F1? I hope not. He's playing left center back. If he's as tall as Yuki Tsunoda, we're in trouble. Nice. Anderson Lopes. Oh, it's still... No, it's not. He has no mojo right now, Anderson Lopes, even though he scored a goal in this match. 0 mojo. Mojoless. Entirely mojoless. Oh, that's a decent ball, though. Alan Medina. Honestly, all you guys, if you're doing a save, lower league save, Alan Medina's a really nice pickup. I would play him at striker. We just didn't need a striker because we had Anderson Lopes, and he's just getting another good player out on the field. Uruguayan League winger. You'll find him. What do we want? Crusader King streams. When do we want them? Once a week. So this is a weird week. We're getting back from the trip. I just wanted to play a bunch of FM24. But as we honestly, I'm freeing up more of my time by putting more faith into our great editorial team, who you know, guys like Reese and Iol and Gadget. And the more that happens, the more free time I have to stream more. So I am definitely planning on doing, longer streams, things like Crusader Kings and other. Has Lacura had to use his hands yet? I don't know if you guys remember when we did Red Dead, but we played, Football Manager, and then after we'd play Football Manager, we'd then play Red Dead Redemption. We had a lot of fun doing that. And I think that's something we might bring back. Jan Mateus. Medina. Oh, goodness. Matsubara. Where are we going? There, apparently. Sweet. Mizunuma. Good. Mateus. Lopes. And he's off, dude. What? Second tier Austria or Netherlands should I go to? Netherlands. Dude, nice. Nice effort. All right. My center back, Hatanaka, I mean, you know, he didn't catch it super clean, but I respect it. He had the audacity to try, and that's half the battle. It's at least 49% of the battle. You have to have the audacity to think you can do it. And he absolutely had the audacity to think he could do that. Oh, that's my ball. Yep, that's Alan Medina, and he's going house call. He wanted it. All right, who's tired? Somebody's got to be tired. Kota Mizunuma for Riku Yamane. Elber is complacent. We'll just go with Kunimoto. Takahiro Kunimoto to you. All right. Well, we've had an absolute gift of a match to be up 3-0. We'll use it to rest some players. Cooney. Oh, what? Oh, Matt Sabara, that was like your only chance to score all year, and you fumbled it. What is that? That was his moment. Hey! Leon and Light Scribe. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Welcome to the Hammers. Will, PH Dro, Boon Kyong, sorry. You, Inhuman Power. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon, the emotes. I'll see you in the subsection of the Discord. We're going to do an SYS soon, and if you want to be an SYS, if your save needs saving, in which case this is very early for your save to need saving, you probably really need saving. Be in the subsection of the Discord. That's where you can toss all that stuff in. Hey! With a broken hand, and he didn't get hurt. Well, he kind of caught it weird. Maybe the left hand was the broken one. I don't know. He was very reserved. Leon Light Scribe, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Thanks for making 5 people's days. Late turn, thank you for the 5 months, brother. Appreciate it. 1 month away from silver bacon. Yeah, the injection's working. He probably just split his hand in half when he fell over on it there. Medina, I guess we could do one of these. Bring in Takuma Nishimura wide and then move Kunimoto out onto the right side. Don't really have anybody else that we can sub in for Notsuda, though. We can make a change on defense and go with Yuki Soneto. Now, I have never used Yuki Soneto before, but we have 15 minutes and we're up 3 goals. What's the worst that could happen? It's a scary sentence to say in Football Manager, but... Oh, Mateus! Well, really... Could you possibly hit that slower? I don't know. Believe it or not, we've grown into this game after being gifted a couple of goals. Yamane, Nishimura, Soneto, Notsuda. Good pocket of space. I have no idea what this other guy's doing in his way. Who was that? Jan Mateus. He is just the most aloof. Like, what is he doing? Kieran, thank you for the tier 1. Anyone having success with a low block in 24 playing a loot and save, and I find it's better to just play a 4-3-3 and attack and lose the big games anyway and beat the smaller teams rather than playing a low block? I mean, I basically never try to play with a low block. But it's something that I'll probably be messing around with more. You know, usually early in saves, that's something you need to go for. Dynamo Lens, thank you for the 5 months. But it's interesting. Like, has anybody had success with a low block? Countering, basically. That was nice. There's Jan Mateus scoring an actually normal-looking goal for the first time in his life. They're playing a super high line, just, on the topic of conversation. We'll be interested to see if you pull it off. Hopefully we will. I feel like countering would be really successful because you can pass into space really easily against high lines in 24, like we just did there. So if you get somebody like, that Chelsea striker that we kept having to play against in the Taunton save, Federico Sewane, somebody who's like a perfect wrecking ball advance forward against high lines, it'd be really annoying to play against. All right, Kunimoto, nice work. Notsuda, I don't really want it going all the way to Matt Sabara, but I guess that's where we are. Yeah, see, they're trying to push that line up again, try and condense our space so that we have to keep playing with our defenders who are on the ball. Oh, it's open. Goodness, Lopes, get rid of it. Cooney! Oh. We're running these guys off the field now, though. Islander, thank you for the 3 months. Looking forward to FM24? Well, you only got to wait till Monday now. Only got to wait till Monday now. That's a pen, obviously. Back to form. We should be winning this match like maybe 2-0, but this has been a gift. This is one of those matches where you're like, oh, we just needed a nice, easy one. Playing a low block with a bad defense isn't easy in real life or FM. That's true. Low block feels like it gets killed by crosses right now. Crosses have been made better this year. Maybe you got to force them inside. Anybody having problems shutting games down when you're up a goal? Actually not. Nice take. I've had a lot of success going standard backline, high line of engagement, and just making them play all the way through you. God, I love the animation engine for the way players shoot. That's just perfect. TG, thank you for the 13 months. Is this just your beta save? Are you carrying this through? I always play an early access save. Like I said, I've always played a beta save until this year. Now I'm playing an early access save. Because there's always a bunch of little bugs that get fixed when the full, wow, that's so stupid. Dude, this was the biggest gift of a game ever. What is that? No, I always play an early access save. It's good. You play one season in a league like, in Japan that you really just kind of want to try out. It's been added to the game. And you get to feel out tactics and how the game plays and hopefully win. We've had some magic moments in our early access saves. I remember Aberdeen when we won the Scottish Cup. We didn't win the league. We played one season with Aberdeen and we won the Scottish Cup, and that was freaking awesome. What a performance to start the Football Manager portion of the stream. Hello. I mean, they gifted us like 3 or 4 goals, but I will take it. I take donations. We let them beat themselves. Look at my freaking injury list, though. Pal Obina Obi is out with a fractured arm. Month and a half for my backup goalkeeper. Just in time, looking at the bright side of things, for my starting goalkeeper to get back from his broken hand. And hopefully he is cleared to play at least a little bit. Did you really just recommend Crependiata to me? Is he that bad now? What happened to you, Crependiata? What happened to you? You used to be an excellent signing. In any save. Do you think the Asian Champions League would be hard with the Japanese team considering the crazy Saudi teams? Yes. Don't sleep on South Korea either. South Korea spends a lot of money and wins a lot of Asian Champions Leagues. Or wait. They don't. I think it's... Is it South... Hold on. My brain just short-circuited. Asian Champions League winners. Was it South Korea that hasn't won one in a long time? No, Ulsan won recently. Okay, no, it's South Korea in the Asian Cup. It's not South Korea in the Asian Champions League. Yeah, you want to see something crazy? South Korea, really good national team, right? South Korea has won 2 Asian champions or Asian Cups. I still am mixing them up. The last time South Korea won the Asian Cup was 1960. I don't like they've been runner-up 4 times since then. They've won the bronze 4 times since then. They cannot win the freaking Asian Cup. Camera, thank you for the 15 months, dude. Trust in Wiki? No, I mean this is true. I've looked this up. Israel has won an Asian Cup more recently. Kuwait, Iraq, obviously Qatar won the last one. Iran won its 3. Saudi Arabia won its 3. Japan is like almost always since the 90s. Right in the conversation. But not South Korea for all their great players. Didn't Song Heung-min win one? No. South Korea has not won an Asian Cup since 1960. Here's the South Korean national team Wikipedia page. You go to the bottom. The Olympic Games, they have made it, well, they have to go to the under-3 team, under-23 team, whatever. So Song Heung-min was probably on the he was definitely on the quarterfinal team from 2019. Runner-up team in 2015, maybe. They won the gold medal at the Asian Games, which is not the Asian Cup. The Asian Games is like the Olympics, but for Asia. In the East Asian Footballing Championship, they have won 5 times since 2003. So they've got that going for them. Yeah, no, they just have not won the Asian Cup since 1960. It's like one of the weirdest things. But the clubs have no problem winning the Asian Champions League. There's really 3 leagues. It's South Korea, Japan, and Saudi Arabia now. Australia would like to convince itself it can compete, but it can't. Lakura's good. Our goalkeeper is good. He's Gucci. He's ready to go. That's beautiful. Who's fit and who's not? So Palabina is out. Lakura goes into the lineup, and we hope he doesn't re-break his hand. This is, what is this, League Cup? Oh, this is the All Japan Cup. Oh, we should be able to play literally anybody and win. So I'm going to make sure that our goalkeeper doesn't get hurt. I'm going to play Shirasaka, our 4th string goalkeeper. Because what could possibly go wrong with that? But we have, a week until the next match, so we might as well play, like, starters if we have the chance. So I'm going to go get Eduardo, who should be starting, and I'm going to start him here with Hatanaka. Koike is still going, right, because Nagato is not ready to go, and Matsubura is still going because the other Koike is not ready to go. He's got 4 days left. Okay, Kita's still 10 days to 4 weeks. That sucks. Watanabe, you're in. Watanabe. Kunimoto's going to go wide on the left for Elber. Miyaichi, you're going to take Medina. Yeah, that's fine. Alan Medina is going to come up for Sugimoto. Sugimoto is going to get Anderson Lopes. And we're going to run Nishimura in the attacking spot, and we're going to run Riku Yamane here. We can't lose this. You hear me? We cannot lose. We are playing a team from the J3 League. We must win this game. Okay. Soneto is going to come off of our bench because I want to make sure that we have players off of our bench that are going to help us win if we need them, which would be Natsuda as well. And Anderson Lopes actually is going to be the guy that I have there. So now we've got all sorts of players with talent. All right, there are 2 leagues below us. We're rotating a little bit. We're putting in our 4th string goalkeeper to make sure Mr. I have a broken hand doesn't re-break his hand. And I expect nothing but a win from this match. Okay, let's do it. What's your favorite change in FM24? That's a tough question, brother. I really love this game. I haven't loved a football manager like this since maybe when 21 came out and the finishing got a lot more dynamic, if I'm remembering that right. But I think the overall realness of the match engine is my favorite change. I think the best change is the tactics. It feels like you can influence the game a lot more. Right. And then my meme answer is the set pieces, because that has already saved me so much time. Like, I just changed a bunch of my lineup, and I don't have to go look at the set pieces to line them up. Like, it's amazing how much time that's going to save me in the long run. Well, I have a new skin for FM25, bro. I don't even know what I'm doing next week. That's a lie. We had our editing meeting. The answer is I don't know. Smarmy Fish. I know it. I know what save we're starting next week. Decision was made today so that we could make like a hype videos and stuff for it. But I do know. This is the first time you're looking at me, and I know. I do know. Yeah, the match engine and the animation engine are a massive jump, and it just feels super realistic. They should have scored. That's freaky. I'm not giving you any clues. No clues at all. Probably shouldn't have even told you that. But yeah, in a snap decision in a meeting today, the decision has been made. We know what's happening next week. What planet is it? What planet is it on? I won't even give you that. I won't even give you that. Oh, good ball by Watanabe. Hatanaka. Jeez, and crackers, Hatanaka. What are we doing? Good. Okay, we were able to slow down that crazy run. Don't like that. Don't like that. Decent save by Mr. Fourth String goalkeeper here. Blatantly Mars. Looking at his eyes. Blatantly Mars. Oh. Yeah, I mean, hey, look. They put Mars in the game this year for a reason, all right? Somebody's got to play as him. They only have 18% possession. Why do I feel like we're not creating anything? Wow, that nearly went in. Nice hit by Kunamoto. We have like 80% possession and we're not doing anything with it. I'm going to up our tempo. We got to force the ball up the field more. If we have 80% possession and we're not getting chances. I mean, what are we passing it around for fun? I should reveal the new save as I cross. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is happening? Ah! Duh! We're playing a friggin' third division team. What is going on? That just hit both posts. Deflection, post. Back up, the fourth string goalkeeper saves it into the other post. This is chaos. God, guys, we want the quad, okay? We can't go losing in the first match of the All Japan Cup to a third division team. Get it together now. Miyaichi, back from his broken ankle. Or whatever it was, couple of month injury. Miyaichi. Oh, that's so unfortunate. Oh, what is going on? Cervantes keeps it off the line and knocks it right to Sugimoto, who just passes it into an empty net, and we have the lead. Okay, the chaos continues. Glorious, glorious chaos. Koike. Oh, no, he didn't get it to him, no. Mine? Yes, well-controlled, Mr. Edward. Koike. Koike. Hatanaka. More chaos, I'm sure, about to ensue. Oh, boy. That wasn't the pass I was looking for. Yamane. Oh, nice underlap. Nice underlap. You know why FM24 is awesome? When you have a wingback and a winger, Kunimoto has instruction when he picks up the ball, he cuts inside. But since he hasn't picked up the ball yet, he's holding the width. Well, Koike sees that, and instead of just crowding it, he knows he's supposed to get further forward, so he fills a different channel, opens up a spot on the defense, scores a goal. I mean, that just didn't happen unless you were explicitly telling the player to do that before. That's gorgeous. That's a wingback on support cutting into an underlap, finding an opening in the defense because he's been told to get further forward and making the most of it. Individualism from the player. And natural overloads. That's a natural overload. We have a wingback and a winger going on that side. The fullback's not able to check both of them. You involve the near center back. Goodness gracious, they've hit the post like 4 times. I mean, it's getting ridiculous. It was a great effort. But, Nate Chico Kaga, thank you for the 20 months. Appreciate you being a part of the Hammers. 5? No. Okay. This has been a uniquely uncomfortable opening round cup match, but we are winning. Oh, Cooney, goodness. What? Just be active. Nice shot. Truly the most beautiful of games. I don't know if this one ends up in the file away for like the most beautiful games. I'm buying the game right now. If you are going to buy it, we do have like I used to play. No need to buy it, obviously, but if you want to buy the game, we do have a code. That if you buy it through that code, we get a piece of the profit just to help the channel out. It's on Fanatical !FM24 to get the code. I'm not a salesman, if you don't want to buy the game, don't buy the game. If you are going to buy it though, and you want to, you can buy it with the code and help out the channel. And I appreciate it. Hard to tell in the match engine when that interception is a passer or receiver kind of error. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's hard to tell in real life in some ways, but I think the improvement to the animation engine in particular allows you to see whose mistake it is and what's causing the mistake more, particularly from defenders. Like when an offensive player beats a defender, you can see like, oh, they jumped that way. They jumped the wrong way. Oh, their anticipation was bad or whatever. We've obviously done a good job controlling possession. We have like 70% possession. Oh, it's down to 64, actually. I'm loving the new improved player reaction transparency so far. I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but in general, the realism and everything is just better. The AI seems to always pass to a player on the edge of the box on corners. Not always. That's definitely more common. Great. Nothing but happiness here. Exclusively happiness. I think if you there is probably a great corner routine out there that nobody's come up with yet, where you can get the ball played to the edge of the box and then really cause some chaos. Goodness gracious! Oh, Yamane, that. Look, I don't care. I don't care about the aesthetic of this game. All we have to do is win it. All we have to do is win the game. Good step. All right. Miyaichi is a better athlete than anyone on their team. Why are you shooting that, dude? Our numbers were so good. Look at this. Just get it. Just pass it right to Sugimoto, and you're literally in on goal. What an awful shot by Riku Yamane. That's why you don't start, you jabroni. Bergie, thank you for the 3 months. I'm not angry at you. I'm just mad at Riku Yamane. I always get nervous when I see a throw-in highlight like that. So many goals from those. Yeah, honestly, not as much as last year. Like they've done away with the corridor of death we had to live with last year on throw-ins, which is really helpful. You don't need tall fullbacks anymore. Oh, this is good build-up. But where are we going? They have like 8 back at all times, so this isn't the easiest way to do this. Oh, Hadanaka's drifted too far forward. This is getting dangerous. Miyaichi! Oh, that was good. It's good, though. We got a cross in a good number situation for us. Dude, if I were them, if I was managing a 3rd division Japan, like a Japanese team, and I was watching all this happen, I'd be so mad. Because they've played really well. I did not take them seriously. Surely Surely not. What a tackle by Koike. My goodness. He really arrived a little late. Probably should have gotten there before the ball did, but we'll take it. Oh, nice. Nishimura, good. Sugimoto, perfect. Perfect. Oh, it's genius. It's lovely football. Sugimoto holds it up for Kunimoto. Let's go, Moto. 3-1 to the Yokohama F. Marinos. That is a deep lying forward in action against the high line right there. Oh, he wants it. Shouldn't always pursue your desires. All right, Sonoda, and that's it. So I'm going to go with you for Hatanaka. All right, Miyaichi is not doing well, but we're giving everybody a break today. What? We're giving everybody a break today. I had to open my huge freaking mouth. Riku Yamane gets hurt 30 seconds later. So we have to bring in our prized playmaker, Mizunuma, for the final 20 minutes of a match against a third division team. How do you do the goal sound effects? I have a Rodecaster Pro 2 because I'm a streamer. Oh, that's a pen. Nice. See, around here we take the All Japan Cup very seriously, which is why Fuma Shirasaka, my fourth string goalkeeper, is going to take this penalty. It is purely for science. This is for science. My fourth string goalkeeper needs to take this as part of a grand experiment. Let's go! Hypothesis confirmed. Shirasaka is a baller. I actually wanted to see what would happen if he missed, like how quickly they'd get the ball up the field, but him scoring works too. In the only match he will play this year, my fourth string goalkeeper doing a tremendous job. Why? I think I hit the back side button on my mouse. Do I have a stream deck? I have two. Yeah. I am Elgato is a friend of the channel, and they send me stuff to try out. So I have the new stream deck. Here. Hold on. It's got like the little knobs on it. This one controls what you hear from Spotify. So like now you hear nothing. If we give it a big twist. But maybe we don't want to jam out that hard. Maybe this isn't your this isn't your music. So we bring it back down. I also like control Discord and like system volume and like volume coming in from different sources. It'll all be controlled right here with some knobs, which is incredibly helpful. And obviously lots of different buttons on it. So that's the new one, the new Stream Deck, and it's really cool. Very helpful. And it can link up to, basically it can control audio stuff that my Rodecaster can't, which is like my main audio thing down here. I don't know. Stream setup kind of evolves over time. And when you do this, for 3.5 years, then you just kind of develop more and more stuff. Oh, get in, son! 5-1 is so unfair to them. But we just seem to be in that sort of mood. It's our second straight match where we're just scoring. This is an unfair scoreline. This third division team has played a very admirable match today. Unlucky for Cervantes not to get that kick save. Do the lights in the room change? They can. What do you want? We can go red here. And then we can, let's go red. You feeling angry? This was all set up by Adler when I was at TwitchCon because I'm normally in this office like 13 hours a day. But when I was at TwitchCon, I was gone for a week. Please select the light segment. Oh, this is always overcomplicated. Select all. Yeah, now it's red. Whoa, dude. Yeah, so the lights do change. Yeah, these lights, like on the shelves and the door, are controlled by a remote, and then there's an app on my phone for the Z back there. I'm very happy with the result and the way you played. Woo! Let's go! Red specifically for the red cards. Riku, oh my goodness, he broke his lower leg. Dude, I'm out of homegrown players. I don't have any more. Rico Yamane was like the homegrown player I would put on my bench, the 19-year-old midfielder. And he was never particularly good, but he just existed. And now he's gone. My backup and third string goalkeeper are hurt. Backup center back is hurt. Koike should be back and Lakura should be back. So my starting goalkeeper and my starting right back are coming back. Takuya Kita, my very valuable sub, is gone. I don't think I have enough homegrown players. I think we're just going to have a dud grayed out player on the bench now. Because Rika Yamane is out. Okay, this dude's a reserve player, but he just tore his thigh muscle. Don't even come to training, guys. Like, seriously. Just don't even come to training. It's a war zone out there. Just don't even show up. It's a war zone. You might not survive. It's entirely possible you won't survive if you come to Dude! Yeah, I did. I did set up the training rest thing. We actually have it turned up higher than usual. We have only normal intensity over here. I mean, I'm going to literally take that down to normal intensity. This is unbelievably light training. That's the only other change I can think of making. Matt Sabara, who is our backup right back, has now pulled his knee ligaments. He's out 2 to 3 weeks. And we're still top of the league, all right? My backup wing, Ryo Miyachi, pulled knee ligaments 2 to 3 weeks. Dude, honestly, can we just be amateur for the rest of the year? That might allow us to get to the end of the season, because this is nuts. Somebody in SI is just sitting there watching the stream like, oh, watch what happens now. Can't believe Crepidionna's on my list. That's such a random name, a blast from the past. Ryuta Koike. No. And Kojima, no. Defending free kicks, for sure. Possession phase against Osaka, I don't know, they're pretty good. Sugimoto dropped a 6.0. 6.0. Really? Hey, no injuries. Kota Watanabe wants to discuss. Yeah, probably. All right. Sure. Do it, man. You want to leave at the end of your contract? That's all you, brother. Oh. So, because I said beta on stream, dude, I wouldn't even be surprised. I would not even be surprised. He didn't say early access. What? Oh, you're good. That's the crazy thing, is I really don't think we're actually that much more talented than the teams we're playing against. I don't think we're playing particularly well, and yet we are still top of the freaking league. How to make the rules? We play for trophies. Oh, this is League Cup? Oh, my. We've already guaranteed first place in the League Cup group, but it's not like I have a bench at all. I don't. It's not like I have a bench at all to rotate. I don't think we can rotate. Yamane, Miyachi, Matsubara, bye. Ryuta Koike, Eduardo Hatanaka, Yuta Koike. Nagato is back, so we can at least put him like on the bench or something. Natsuda, because we just have no, with Watanabe out as well. Or no, Watanabe opted out of his contract, so he's still around. Well, Watanabe, you get to play again. Natsuda hanging out. Oh, I don't know. Mizunuma. Yeah, you're in. Right wing. I guess it's Medina. We don't really have anybody else. All right, I do have Nagato, and I do have Natsuda to put on the bench. So we are able to get like a complete team. Do I just start Shirasaka again? No. We need to get Lakura match sharp for the actual league matches, so we'll do that. I'll try and rotate Watanabe through to the playmaker role. Hopefully we'll be fine. Osaka's in second. No. They only have 3 points from 5 matches. They beat Niigata at home, but that's it. Okay. So we have a team. Not much of one because of the injuries, but we do have a team. And final league. Oh my goodness, I have too many foreign players. Are you joking? Elber out, Inoue in. He's a wing sub. All right. Actually, no. We need to leave Eduardo in because we need match sharpness from our defensive players. Okay. Now we go. Easy. Easy match. Hopefully. It's not really because we don't have any options off the bench, but we'll live. Play the U9s. I would play like a hilariously bad team if we didn't have a week off after this match. So I'm going to use it to try and get the guys coming back from injury up to match sharpness. It's almost like a reserve match for them. So we've won our first 5 League Cup matches. You got to win the group to guarantee you go to the next round. That's what we're doing. We're winning the group. How's the stream been going? We picked up a ton of injuries, including a really tragic broken leg. We've also won both of our matches by huge margins. One in the league and then one in the cup. The All Japan Cup. And yeah, one of our homegrown players got a 6-month injury. So I don't really know how we're going to satisfy the league homegrown requirement, but we don't have to worry about that right now. We just got to play our League Cup match and life will be good. Oh, nice. Watanabe. Sugimoto. The wave of players going past him. Kunimoto. Watanabe. Nishimura. Alan Medina. Oh, that was brilliant. Wow, we are so good in the cup. It's not even funny. Lance Stevenson, thank you for the 20 months. Dude. What is in the reserves? Garbage. Garbage. There is garbage in the reserves. Is this the Emperor's Cup? I think the All Japan Cup is the Emperor's Cup, yeah. But this is not. This is Japanese League Cup. You got to play a group stage where you play each team twice. So this is the final group stage match in the Japanese League Cup. We've won our first 5 group stage matches, so we are guaranteed to be in the quarterfinal already. This is just a get fit operation right here in this match. And we will get fit and make it happen. Oh, my goodness. So what happens when you play terribly, but then they play even worse? Nothing. It's a stalemate. Lakura. Okay. Yeah, he really threw him off by coming out. Really disoriented him so that he couldn't make the right play. Kunimoto. Mizunuma. Definitely shouldn't be carrying the ball out there. We've already got an overload in that channel. The triangle is present. Eduardo did well in a situation I try not to put him in. Nishimura. I'm pretty sure he hit our guy with that shot. But okay. All Japan Cup is the name of the Emperor's Cup in this game. Just checked. Got it. Yeah, it's like the FA Cup of Japan. And we did win our match. It was a weird match, but we won it. So we are into the... Oh my... He went... Dude, this is identical to the last one. Hatanaka definitely has this as a trait. My center back just loves going for the bike on corners. Second ball, he's going after it, man. He's letting it fly. Letting it fly. What a weird tendency this man has to just go for the bike on the angle. Is the highlight speed knocked down to default? No. We're one up. We're just playing slow. Oh, Cooney, come on. Dude, if somebody could hit a long diagonal, that would open this entire thing up. I would love to play this tactic with better players at some point. Hatanaka. Hatanaka, brilliant. Watanabe, Nishimura. That's the side of the field we want to get it on as we progress here, and he should have passed. Sugimoto was open. But, you know, he had a taste for it. He wanted the goals. Oh, shocked he didn't shoot it. One day it'll work. Oh, if Hatanaka scores that, we're losing our mind. I actually don't think Osaka's playing for anything either. So this is about the most dead rubber match you could possibly have. They're already eliminated. You have to be able to at least finish second, and they can't. You know, it's for... Oh, bike it! Dang it. Where's the bike, man? Where is the bike? It's like we're not even trying. All right, same spot. Watanabe picking a nice pass. Medina, oh, taking him to school. Taking him to school. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. Just ran out of steam, I guess. It's like, I've already done enough, you know. I've already done enough. Fine, I'll stress you out. Kunimoto's literally complacent and you're getting stressed. Watch, I'm going to go to the bathroom while this match is happening. That's how not stressed I am. Okay? Unbothered. Unfazed. Are we winning? Dude, if I came back and we were losing, that would have been catastrophic. Well, it doesn't actually matter, but it would have been funny. Hi, Cooney. Foul. Ref. Ref. Oh, he's playing advantage. Okay. Mizunuma. Kunimoto. What a touch, son. What a touch. What a touch. I'm glad I came back just in time. Oh, the movement, the touch. He's not really a goal scorer, so that was a nice finish for him. Once again, I'm watching a League Cup match. Like, why don't we look this good when we play in the league? These teams are in the league. Just when it's like when the pressure's off, we play better. Who would have thought? If you clinch the league 5 games early, are you playing 16-year-olds the remainder of the season? Yay, nay. Honestly, I usually don't. But I do look to get some young players a chance. But I like to end seasons strong, morale-wise and everything. If I've already won the league, and usually, and except for very rare circumstances, it's only like 2 matches. If you've had a very good year and you're already winning the league at that point. I'll just let this team that started leg it out. What a complete performance in the League Cup. A group stage where you got to play everybody twice. And we have won all 6 matches. Ash Bandicoot, you can continue your beta save, your early access save. You can continue that once the full game comes out. But the reason you don't typically, I always advise not to, is there's a lot of little bugs. Like maybe it's this injury thing. Well, maybe that issue is something that can't get... Oh, wow. Nice header. Hello. Maybe that issue is something that can't get fixed in saves that are currently ongoing. So there's a lot... The reason they do the early access is to diagnose problems and fix them. And so a lot of those problems will get fixed till the full game comes out, but they might not be able to apply to saves that have already been started. All right. Well done. Well done. We've won all 6 of our matches in the League Cup. Are we the only team that did that? That's kind of an unnecessary flex. Oh, we play Sapporo. All right. I mean, I suppose we were going to have to play somebody from the top league. Oh, we are definitely we're the only team that won 5 or 6 matches in the League Cup. We're goated. Jan Mateus has 6 League Cup goals. I was wondering where all of his good ratings were coming from. They're certainly not in the league. Certainly not in the league. Somebody's interested in Kota Watanabe. Maybe in the transfer window. When is it? Donde está el transfer window? July 17th to August 16th. Okay, a month away. Could do some flipping. We've won 6 games in a row. Just broke the record. I absolutely love to see it. All right, let's get our starting lineup in, which will be Nagato and Natsuda. I did not rotate Mizunuma the way that I wanted to because, and this is true, I'm a fool. Nishimura off for it. Jan Mateus, Anderson Lobson for Sugimoto, although we do love Sugimoto. We stand Sugimoto in this house. Wow, he's getting worse. Hey. Big up, Z. Any idea your FM skin will be released? We actually have no plans to do one this year. That might change at some point, but we actually have no plans to do one this year. So we'll see what I do with skins, whether I want to play with one or if I just play with the base game. Like King Kazu doesn't want to play for me, but that doesn't mean I'm going to give up with the dream. What? Who is this? Big concern with his agreed playing time. Dude, what was your agreed playing time? Breakthrough prospect? Well, you are certainly somebody with a very interesting opinion of what you should be doing. Your new signing, I need you to be patient. You're being unrealistic. I will threaten him. Angry? Okay, I'll sell you. I don't know who you are. I can't stress this enough. I don't know who you are, and I don't think anybody else knows either, because I have never seen your name in my life. Skin's been my go-to the last 2 or 3 years. It's a shame. Yeah, I know. The person I worked together with to make the skin retired from making skins, just retired from it. And so it's, we're going to have to build up a new relationship if we're going to do it again. Find the right person and collaborate to hopefully build another skin that's great sometime in the future. Oh, yeah, Marco Van Basten's my assistant coach. Welcome to the save. Oh, Suwon Blue Wings want Kota Watanabe. What my financial situation? Do you have like a lot of money? Well, that's disappointing. This injury epidemic is very strange because it's like my entire bench. It's like which is good in some ways, right? If we're going to have an injury epidemic, we want it to be like the entire bench. But it's literally the entire bench. Like, Kenya Sugimoto, my backup striker. Boom. Another one. I just don't have any bench left. We have barely enough to fill the bench. And and I'm also going to have to figure out the homegrown thing. My backup goalkeeper is going to have to be this guy. And then I don't have another homegrown player, do I? Oh, they want me to put Keita on the bench. Well, there's no way Keita's cleared to play. There's literally no way he's cleared to play. I wish he was. I really do wish he was cleared to play, but I know he's not. Yeah, there he is. Takuya Keita, Ken Matsubara, Ryo Miyaichi, sorry. I'm learning. And the official game released? The full game release is on the 6th. Although this is the full game, it just has bugs that they're ironing out. All right. We ride, brothers! We'll check the team first. Eduardo Hatanaka, Nagato, Natsuda Medina, Mizunuma, Jan Mateus, Elber, Anderson Lopes. Yes. We have managed to somehow fit 4 homegrown players into the team. Lakura, you better stay healthy because I'm going to have a grayed out backup goalkeeper who's homegrown for the rest of the year because we have that guy out for 6 months who's a homegrown player. The media! The greatest team talk that's ever existed. The media. So bugs won't get fixed if we continue a save from the beta. From the early access, some of the bugs will apply, or like some of the bug fixes, but it is not something that you can guarantee that all of the bugs in the save that you start in early access will be fixed. Tether, thank you for the 5 months. Mostly watch on YouTube, but I subscribe so you can give your editor 5 minutes off. I really appreciate that. The editors appreciate that. All I believe, is here right now, and he's currently working on a video, and I'm sure he appreciates that. If I buy it now, will I get early access? Yes. You'll be able to mess around. You can port in your save from last year. But yeah, if you buy it now from any Sega-approved retailer, is the way they word it, you get early access, which is basically everywhere you can buy the game. Unless you're going to a super seedy key site or something. But even there, you probably are going to get the early access. Oh, Elber. Meeson. Oh, Elber. Elber! Oh, baby! How you doing, Hiroshima? Oh, it's brilliant from Elba, the Brazilian. I honestly am stunned he didn't sky it because he is not a natural goal scorer. Grumpy Welk, thank you for the prime. Enjoy the bacon, enjoy the emotes. That was pretty. First shot of the game. Always love when you find a way into the back of the net. This tactic, honestly, is cooking. This tactic is fuego. Red? No? And it allows you to get a lot of attacking, creative players in the field, which is also nice. A lot of fluid attacking in this tactic. Mizunuma. Ooh, Hatanaka. Oh, Natsuda, where are you going? Oh, Koike. Jan Mateus. Mizunuma. Oh, that's pretty. He sees the better pass. He could have taken the simple pass, but he saw the better one. No, that's terrible. Jay Kelly, thank you for the 7 months. Appreciate you being a part of the Hammers. You're closing in on a Twitch child, though. Look out. You don't get early access if you buy it at the Microsoft Store? Well, that's a good warning. I'm serious. The way they word it in the release is that if you buy it from a Sega-approved retailer, you get early access. So I'm actually very surprised that's the case. Stumbled across your channel and saw your trailer video. I'm actually from Taunton's. Oh, wow. That's kind of crazy, dude. Yeah, we had a lot of fun going to Taunton for that game. It was a really cool and a really unique experience. It was maybe the first time I've been in an area and a lot of people in the area recognized me and knew me. So that was like a completely new experience. And then the club was so nice and we were able to record with the players. And there was just so much first time unique stuff going on. But I think we were able to make a pretty good video out of it as well to give you guys the experience of visiting your FM club. So it was cool. And I really like Taunton too. You guys have a really good restaurant that I want to go back to someday. The Something Club downtown. I forgot the actual name. Why is your FM so wide? What's your scaling or zoom? Resolution 2K? Well, I'm on the sideline view. That might be part of it. I'm zoomed 125% and I play 1440p resolution. Those are the only two things that affected. The Cozy Club. Yeah, that's it. We went there after our flight and our drive and we're so tired because we couldn't check into our Airbnb yet. And, yeah, it was just a really funny time, but the food was really good. Bang it! Oh, at least he struck it with, venom, velocity. Do I plan on making a full set pieces guide? I don't feel like I'm equipped to do that yet in this FM. I've got a few ideas for tweaks I want to make to set pieces routines. And there, you can really still mod set pieces a ton. But I'm right now just enjoying the fact that I don't have to think about them nearly as much. Like when I make a sub, when I make a tactical change, I don't have to think about changing my set pieces at all. They are changed automatically for me. And I'm just enjoying not having to think about them, to be totally honest. There you go, Koike. Natsuda. Oh, little turn. Little shimmy. Little turn. I thought that was in. I thought it was a cheeky pop over the keeper because it's Jan Mateus. Eagles. Oh, with the gifted sub. I bike it. Oh, Mateus is definitely shooting. Never not shooting that. Eagles, thank you so much for gifting Lord Tuco a sub. You're a hero. And Lord Tuco, enjoy the bacon and all the emotes and being part of an elite online gaming community. Oh, nice pass. Oh, that is well saved, honestly. Elber's not a natural scorer, so. Cheeky Pop, now what you went for your calves or hamstrings this weekend? I know. Guys, I'm running the New York Marathon on Sunday. I'm so freaking amped. I'm like not going to be able to sleep for the next couple of days. I am so fired up. Big time players making big time plays in big time games. I got to make a big time play this Sunday. You can download the New York Marathon app. I'll post my bib number in the Discord. You guys can track me as I run it. Ugh. It's been quite the journey training for it for the last 5-6 months. Can we bet channel points in your time? I mean, I kind of know what my time's going to be. Probably around 4 hours, 45 minutes, 4 hours, 30 to 4 hours, 45 minutes. If I was betting on my own time, that's what I think I'll do. Eagles with a 5 gifted subs. You're awesome. Thank you for the 5 gifted sub. Eagles, 6 gifted subs today. Breezy, Jack, Darthfall, Regensburg, and rogue shenanigans. Welcome to the Hammers. Enjoy the bacon. Enjoy the emotes. All the love to Eagles for that. What is it? Halftime? Yeah, I'll compliment our volume of shots. I agree with that. Yeah, I'm gonna run the marathon in 2 hours. No, I think I'll probably average like 11-minute miles. Maybe with the marathon energy, I can do a little better than that. But honestly, chat, I'm just gonna be happy to finish. I'm gonna run the whole thing. No stops or anything. When I ran 20 miles and 21 miles as part of the training, I ran straight through, no stops, which is cool. I might stop to use like a porta potty or something. But I'm going to try and run through the whole thing, and yeah, we'll see. Don't go quicker than you've been training? No, I mean, I'm all vibes, man. I have approached training in a very straightforward manner. Was that a bicycle clearance? Or was that dude just biking the ball the wrong way? So what goal am I going towards here? I'm going towards the other one. So I don't know what... This might be the best glitch I've ever seen. Because this dude just tried to bike it the wrong way. What a shot by Kato. Now let's see if we score on the counter. He just biked it the wrong way. Completely disoriented out there. Completely disoriented. Kevy Kev, thank you for the 19 months. 20 flair, 1 intelligence. I mean, yeah, it's vibes. It's vibes. But like I was saying, my training has largely just been vibes. I was like, okay, I'm going to run a marathon, so let me just run. I actually didn't know about tapering until one of my friends grabbed me after I ran 21 miles 2 weeks ago and was like, you have to start tapering. And I was like, okay. But tapering is where you like run less to kind of rest your legs. So I've tapered by running once in the last 2 weeks. Like I ran like 10 miles a week and a half ago. So I was in the Faroe Islands in TwitchCon and I got a cold while I was in the Faroe Islands because it's freaking cold there. And so I've been getting over that. So I just haven't run as much. But my training was really just like go out and run. And then one long run a week. But just like that long run gets a mile longer and a mile longer every week. Just go out and run. Very successful training strategy, honestly, because I can run like a maniac now, and I was never a runner. And like I'm a goalkeeper because I hated running. And they told me there was a position where you didn't have to run in practice, and I was like, dude, sign me up. Like, seriously. You're lying. There's no way there's a position where you just don't run. And they're like, no, we're serious. I'm like, okay. Believe it when I see it. And yeah, I'd never run more than a 5K. But turns out if you just dedicate yourself to running a ton, you become pretty good at it eventually. Not like I'm fast, though. Kunimoto for Medina. Go. Oh. Hatanaka, you're out for Tsunoda. Greetings from Germany. What's up, Valley? How you doing? We're putting you in center mid next season? Ah, yeah. Maybe. Now that I can run, Marcus. Do I got the Vaseline for the nips? Honestly, dude, I've got so much chest hair that has not been a problem for me. But chafing is a problem for most people. Sorry, dude, I'm just too much of an alpha male to understand your issues. Too much. Byron, thank you for the 25 months, dude. What's my favorite kit of all time? Ooh, that's a good question. I actually don't know. I don't have an automatic answer for that. I probably should. He's on. He's on side. Doesn't matter because it's Elber, but he was on. I'm great. How was your day? It's been good. Recorded the podcast to start the stream, which is always a ton of fun. And we've won every game we played since we switched over to FM. So vibes are great. Had a good editor meeting this morning. You know, got a bagel with some pumpkin cream cheese on it from my bagel spot. Yes, New York. And that was awesome. So yeah, things are looking up today. Sastius, thank you for the 23 months. Yeah, you can change it. Ooh, Brazil. The game's illegal there, Sastius. I didn't know you were from Brazil. You might have mentioned that before, but now I've got it associated with your name. The game's illegal. Are you breaking the law, Sastius? Oh, they're asking me to do that. Oh, whoa. Yeah, I don't care about the biography. I can do that. But I'd have to do it on each individual player, wouldn't I? I think that's more of a thing that can be done with a skin. Or is there a way to batch change it? It's illegal in Brazil? Yeah. Football Manager's not sold in Brazil because of rights. It's the same reason that all the Brazilian teams are like 3-letter abbreviations. It's because they don't have the rights to any of it. But they have the Brazilian league in the game anyways. It's how Football Manager is able to survive. You make videos about this stuff long enough and you end up becoming an expert on Brazilian laws. But it's illegal because of the rights. Brazil, Japan, in particular, very strict on the rights. And the fact they were able to get the Japanese league again was huge. Let's go! We really felt like we were winning that game by a lot more than one goal. But I made the tactical changes to help us see it out, and we did. It was a good win. Now let's get healthy. I want a healthy... I realize what I'm asking for here. I want a healthy week. Healthy week. Only players recovering from injuries. Recovery only. Recovery only. You got it? Hey, Zealand, loving the stream. Also came over to New York to see my cousin in July. Great place. I'm glad you liked it here. I never really thought I'd end up here. I'm more of a open spaces, lover of the country type lad. But, yeah, I came here for a wedding a while ago and was like, you know what? This is just awesome. The exact opposite of the urban southern sprawl I grew up in, and I kind of fell in love with it. And that's why I'm here. Who did Z lose to? Niigata away, 2-0. It sucked. Should I come to Europe, but all cities are like that? Yeah, but you guys' hamburgers are worse. Oh. Hola. But yes, most European cities are, I would say, similar to New York in the fact that they are walkable. But having been fortunate enough to go to a lot of places in my life, I've never been in a city that felt like New York, that had the this. You know, certain cities just have a different energy. Say Paris is in that category. Miami is in that category. Maybe Los Angeles. It's just so freaking large that you can't really find where the energy is emanating from. You're just kind of like, oh, yeah, I guess. Hong Kong was like that when I was there. Obviously, might have changed. But there's certain cities that just have a unique beat to them, a unique feel to them. And I got addicted to New York's unique feel. Do. Oh, yeah. Takuya Kita's back, baby. That's a player we actually want back. The rest of my bench returning is nice, but Takuya Kita returning is very nice. Because we're finally not dealing with fixture congestion. I don't know where that freaking fixture congestion was coming from, but we're not dealing with it anymore. I hated the city of New York. I'd much rather Cooperstown or Buffalo. Buffalo, really. I got nothing against Buffalo. That's just surprising to me. As somebody that has spent time in upstate New York, I went to Syracuse for grad school. All right. Shonan, what's up? All right, we're rolling grayed out goalkeeper backup right there. So what do I want to do? What do I want to do? Now, all of a sudden, I've got so much more bench available. I can bring Sugimoto back up because he's healthy. We actually did just get a completely healthy week, by the way. Nobody got hurt that entire week, and all we did was recover from our nagging muscle injuries. This is a dream. All right, yeah, I actually have, like, the bench that I want. Oh, my God. We have, like, a team. We have the actual team we want. They're playing a 4-4-2. A lot of that in Japan, honestly. A lot of 4-4-2s. These guys used to be near the top of the league. They must be in a real death spiral. Here we go. Went to Buffalo last summer, had real interesting food. The food in Buffalo, New York is really good. It's where buffalo wings are from, stunningly. Syracuse, good paper branch, not the best. True. If you ever watched the American version of The Office and you don't know where any of those cities are, Syracuse is one of the branches of Dunder Mifflin, which makes complete sense. Why buffalo wings? Buffalo don't have wings? Dude, they're chicken wings. Come on, man. And was he on? Because that was just so immediate. Ref. Have I picked my team for FM24? Yes. Yes, I have. I have decided my FM24 save. We decided it in a meeting this morning. Decided it very abruptly, honestly. Hey. Oh, that's fun. We get a disallowed goal and then theirs counts. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Pen. Wow, that was a bad ball. Good work, Natsuda. All right, Natsuda. Oh, and it's in! He lobbed him! RCB, thank you for the 15 months. Basil, thank you for the 11 months. Oh my goodness, dude. How do we keep getting our back line so wrong? What is this? Why does our back line look like a freaking bow? Well, that's fine. We finally get the team together and healthy, and we're down 2-0 in 7 minutes. Not where we want Elber there. That's where we want Nagato. Now he gives it to Elber. Oh, Elber, you got to get through the line. Oh, it's open. Somebody make a... Never mind. Never mind. That's fine. You know what? I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Hograd plays. Thank you for the 2 months. Is the Dutch national team in the game? It hasn't been in the past, but I believe it's back. Even if it's not, you can get a real name fix and very quickly change that. Just make sure you do the real name fix before you start the save. We want to pass into space, though, because they're playing a high line to try and compact us, which does work at times. We just need to hit the ball into space so our guys run. They're able to take advantage of that space because we kind of queue up against a high back line like we were doing there, and Medina was not trying to make a run. He was waiting for the ball, and then, we allow the defense to recover, essentially, which is stupid. Oh, that was easy. Okay. Comeback is on. Elber. Good gracious, man. I will bring in Kunimoto, so help me. Oh, Eduardo, that was well done. This should be... It's actually not that open. The rest defense is fine. They're just playing in 2 segments. All right, Elber, good. Mizunuma, that's a good pocket unless he shoots, and he's going to shoot. Oh, my goodness. I'm a walking curse. Both goals we've scored have been like, why are you doing that? This is a terrible idea. And then we just shelf it. Elber and Mizunuma running into each other. I'm begging him not to shoot it, and he does that. I believe the unveiling of the new save will be November 7th. I'm not entirely sure, though. Because I think we want to spend November 6th, like, looking up the Wonder Kids in the database. What are we doing? What are we doing, Lakura? Lakura! Watch the broken hand. Oh, yeah, we have no XG because we've scored 2 bangers. We're shooting really well. Medina. Oh, get it to Lopes. Yes. Back to Medina's fine there. I don't know why Medina's going that far back. Now we've invited their whole team into the defense. Okay. Elber. Will you have this dance? I mean, after the last 2, I was kind of believing that was going to go in, but what a wild first 30 minutes we've had. Oh, nice. Mateus totally shooting. I can't curse Mateus into scoring, though, unfortunately. Laid off. Good. Mizunuma. Nagato. Natsuda. Oh, that nearly worked. That was a good pass into space. That was looking for space for Medina to run into. Medina has a really good burst. He has average speed for the league, slightly below average overall speed for a winger, but his agility and acceleration is great. That's a good block. That got super perilous super quickly. Good. Eduardo just devours those. All right, Elber, there are options. I'm sure you won't see them. That's fun. Oh my, dude, there's no... Bro, all good cats. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, dude. Thank you for being a part of the Hammers. Thank you for giving 5 people the opportunity to be a part of the Hammers. Dutch Class, Skivs, Wid, Kevin Games, Vladis, 1410. Sorry. I'm just emotionally recovering from what I just saw, all good cats. But thank you for being an awesome person and making 5 people's days. The elite online gaming community. All those people with the bacon in the subsection of the Discord. Oh, yeah. That was a particularly special Elber play. Guys, we still need another goal. We did kind of spot them 2 to start the game, so if we could we could find that goal before the half, that'd be great. Will you likely be updating the training schedules? I want to do a video with EBFM to kind of go over his research. Oh, that was pretty. That was Anderson Lopes scoring an Anderson Lopes type goal. I have no idea what they're doing here, but if they want to give us one for free, that's fine. Because he is totally on thanks to the other center back. Plenty of time. A goal that any respectable forward needs to score. Thank you, Lopes. Great comeback. We had faith in the system. We didn't go out and make any crazy changes. We found our way back into the game. All right, Lopes, what do you got for us? Ooh, that was terrible. We had great numbers in the box there. Wow, they're crumbling. They are crumbling. Lopes for... They're melting down. That's 2 turnovers trying to break the press. 2 goals for Anderson Lopes and the quick strike return. 4 goals after going down 2-0. That is nuts. What a response from Yokohama F. Marinos against a mid-table, an inferior mid-table opponent. I think it's fair to say. An inferior mid-table opponent. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here. Loping all the way to the win? Yes. What do I think of how often injuries occur? They occur too much. I'm saying that specifically because we've been torpedoed by injuries this year, and we are just starting to come out of it. But as a few people in chat have mentioned, oh no, not Kim Min-tae, not like this. This is not the first time that the beta or now early access has had an issue with injuries. It is not the first time that the early access has had an issue with injuries. So. Oh, we're all laying now. Lopes has his swagger back. That was a lovely turn and dink out wide. Oh, Lopes! No! Oh, we have missed Anderson Lopes, though. The swagger and strength and clinical finishing of Anderson Lopes. Elber. Again. Mizunuma. They're looking for Lopes here. Ah. It's basically normal that early access has too many injuries. I remember it being a talked about thing in the past, and it's very difficult because the only people that have the ability to verify there's too many injuries are SI. But it does sound like there's too many injuries this year. Everybody's always on the lookout for it. It does sound like there's too many injuries this year. Yes. Troubleman, I don't know who you're talking to, but what Troubleman just said is right. Face packs and logo packs can be added mid-save. The real name fix cannot. Well, let me rephrase that. Certain parts of the real name fix won't take effect in saves that have already been started. It's not everything. It's certain things. Nice. Mateus, who hasn't really been involved in this tremendous comeback. Alan Medina, who's found a goal-scoring resurgence that we've loved. Hit it! Oh. Shoot! Dude, their play out of the back is terrible. Their play out of the back is actually awful. They're all frazzled and such, and it is not going well for them. Eduardo, 5. Medina with a beautiful spinning ball. Eduardo, who wins every header within his vicinity, wins another one. Why always me? Yeah, why? We went down 2-0 just to make it interesting, you know? Mizunuma, 6. Forget about it. Forget about it. Down 2-0. Yeah, we're up 6-2. Forget about it. A mid-table team washed away like they weren't even there. Mizunuma, 2 goals outside the box. Alan Medina taking 3 guys to school. Big save by Song, or it would have been worse. This is murderous. I love this tactic also. Solid first set, 6-2. Yeah, but you know, it's a 5-setter. So we gotta batten down the hatches, put on the hard hat. You know, we got another set after this. Oh. Penalty. I'll give it to Lakura. I'll give it to my goalkeeper. All right, I'm gonna get Takuya Kita in. I'm gonna get Yuta Koike in. I'm gonna get Tsunoda in. I'm going to get Kunimoto in, and I am going to get Nishimura in. Because I don't believe 20 minutes of Jan Mateus at advanced playmaker is going to kill anybody. Is it weird that I use weekly in US dollars? No, I mean, who cares? Maybe a little weird, but like whatever finance thing you're comfortable with is what you should do in this game. The fact that I use yearly throws a ton of people off, but that's just how it's done here in the great United States of America. Mateus. Jan Mateus. Jan Mateus. Jan Mateus. Jan Mateus. Jan Mateus. Oh, this is a goal. Well, that's a hat trick for Lopes. Is that a perfect hattie? I know he scored his first goal was left-footed. Obviously, that was a headed goal. Remember when I was down 2-0? No. This is excellent proof that sometimes the best solution is just do nothing and hit encourage. That's what we did. We did nothing and hit encourage, and we've scored 7 goals. What the actual song is? Oh, it's we played it yesterday. Amadeus, Rock Me Amadeus. Isn't that the name of the song? The Jan Mateus song. I just started playing FM with Irona and I'm a bit overwhelmed. What are your tips for a noob starting out in the game? Take a deep breath. This game is the game that you want it to be. It just takes a little while to learn. Right? It just takes a little while to learn. You'll learn it, and you'll be fine. Anything that you don't want to do, you can give to your staff. Anything that you don't want to do, you can give to your staff in the staff responsibilities screen. Scouting, dealing with anything to do with your reserve teams at all, like any of that stuff that can be intimidating and confusing, you can give it to your staff. You don't have to deal with it. You can just handle selecting the team, playing the matches. You can use a preset tactic. You can win the Champions League with a preset tactic. Because 51% of it is always the quality of players you have. So that, and I have made a video series, a bit old now, but it's called FM for Beginners. I've also made How to Play FM in 10 Minutes. That video is designed specifically so that you can watch it for about 10 minutes and then be able to play FM comfortably. Yeah. But it is overwhelming. The first 4 or 5 times I started a save in Football Manager, I didn't keep going because I was so overwhelmed by the amount of information. And then eventually I reached the terminal velocity of knowing enough to be able to keep playing, and then I was hooked, obviously. Now I'm here. My general recommendation is not to start with a team like Corona, though. Start with a good team in a bad league. Dinamo Zagreb in Croatia is a great example. You want to start with a team where you have more talent than the teams you're playing against to begin with. So you have kind of more room on the leash, where a team like Corona, you're battling against equal foes, you know? Ferencváros in Hungary, HJK in Finland. There's a lot of examples like this. They changed somewhat. Like it used to be Bate in Belarus, not anymore. It used to be Ajax, not anymore. RB Salzburg in Austria is another one. The team you can play as where you will be the prohibitive favorite, so you kind of have more room to mess around and get a feel for things without having to worry about getting fired, you know? Which is always nice. What are your thoughts on this year's game? I'm a casual player, but I feel like it's almost exactly the same as last year's. Polygon, I just disagree, honestly. I thought last year's game was not very good. 22 is lukewarm at best. It was solid. But this year's game is freaking fantastic. Now, the main reason you might not notice a significant difference is if you're playing on a lower visual quality, because if you are playing at a low, oh my goodness, of course, in the beta, in the early access save, I get an excellent youth intake. We'll see him in a few months, but I'm about to get an absolute world beater in through my academy. But yeah, I think, in my honest to goodness opinion, is I think FM24 is great. Great. There's so many more tactical options. Visually, you're able to see so much more. You're also you're much more immersed. The changes to the set pieces were huge and very important, and save what was a giant waste of time sink, having to set all that stuff up before every game. Yeah, I think it's a huge improvement. I really do. I'd be surprised to hear why you think it's exactly the same, although I realize that's a hard thing to explain, because if you think it's exactly the same, it's the absence of noticing new things. But it might also be because the way you play the game is probably different than the way I play the game. Everybody plays FM differently, right? They give different responsibilities to their staff, right? They handle certain things. Like if you're doing the press conferences, yeah, the press conference experience is exactly the same. They didn't touch it. It's exactly the same. But, you know, in terms of the actual match, the immersion, the animation engine, the match engine, the tactics, and the set pieces, I think it's a really significant positive improvement. And I'm happy to finally not be like at odds with FM and SI and being like, ugh. You know, but also you got to keep in mind before I made content around Football Manager, and that kind of became what I love to do, and I started buying the game every year. I used to buy the game every 3 years because I hate yearly sports games. I always have. I don't think that you have the ability every year to make a significant improvement to the game. I think it's very difficult. Like, I used to buy the game every 3 years and wait for just like a really significant upgrade. So you don't have to be like, oh, I'm going to buy the game every year. Although now in FM24, you can port your old save in, which is the first time you've been able to do that. And one of the reasons that I wouldn't buy the new game at least every other year is I would play saves really long term. All right, who are we playing, Nagoya? How you doing, Nagoya? Oh, they're in fourth. I got to pay attention. Okay. Lock in, Zealand. We're actually 5 clear of Kobe now. They dropped some points somewhere, which is helpful. The media. Let's do this. Maybe the lack of overhauling the overall actual game experience. That's hard. But I think, look, FM25 is going to be a complete departure from everything we've known. Because people look at Unity Engine and they're like, oh, the graphics in the match are going to be better. Unity handles UI too. There's a reason that SI's picked Unity. Like if you know about game engines, right, you have Unity and Unreal. Unreal doesn't handle UI stuff to nearly the level that Unity does. Which means the UI and the way we interact with information in Football Manager and like just kind of the understood premise of the way Football Manager works with like the tabs on the left and hitting continue in the calendar in the inbox, like just the flow of the way it works. I expect it to be completely different next year because Unity also does UI stuff. I think the UI is going to be completely different. Squishy Marshmallow, thank you for the 28 months. Appreciate the prime. Yeah, Unity is, despite the fact that they had to fire their CEO because they were trying to grab a bunch of money. Unity is better for FM because of that UI stuff, for sure. Because, FM, oh my goodness. Good block. FM is an incredibly user interface heavy game, right? You don't spend most of your time in the match engine. And it's very rare that you would play the game in a way that you do. Polygon, thank you for the prime, dude. Is completely different good? I don't know. I don't think even SI be able to answer that. But I will say it has the potential to be better. Was he on? Oh, that's a brilliant poacher's goal. If he's on, he just steered that in. Boom, baby. Just got to keep churning out the results. This is not an easy game away against the 4th place team. Nagato just whips it towards the goal, and Lopes is there. Anderson Lopes. Lopes is so back. Lopes is so back. That form he had early in the season where he just was the only guy on our team scoring goals, he's back. Blocked. Well done. I have a feeling FM25 is going to be a mess. Probably. It's probably going to be a mess. And it's going to take them maybe even a year or two to figure out exactly how they want the UI and stuff to work. But it will be beautiful. You can, if they take this match engine and this animation engine right now and stick it in a Unity graphics engine, it will be gorgeous. Like, you will shed tears if you've played Football Manager for a long time. It'll be gorgeous. But the UI stuff and the, like, experience of the way you play Football Manager is what they're also going to try and change. And obviously the jury's out on that. We'll see how that goes. Although it probably did need an update. If you want to take Football Manager into the next era, right? You want to take Football Manager to the next level of, let's say, just like popularity of, let's say, our friend who just came in here and was like, yeah, I'm new to the game. I'm playing with Harona. Do you have any tips? He's off. He's definitely off that time. He did not hold his run nearly well enough. Although I like the play. It's a well-constructed play. If he'd held his run, we would have scored. But yeah, if they can do things with the Unity UI overhaul that will make the game more approachable for people coming from FIFA, EAFC in particular. And that would be huge. You know, you just naturally can make the game more intuitive, more approachable, make it make more sense, present information in a simpler way. God bless it. That is the first decent move these boys have had. He was on. Do I think they'll let you be a sporting director? Probably not. I mean, the game's called Football Manager. I don't think they're going to branch out from that. Oh, wow. That was what they were looking at. That was actually way closer than I thought. Come on now. Come on now. Elber. Got the overlap coming from Nagato. Oh, come on. Get it to Nagato, dude. You don't have to dance every time. You have help. That help is there to get you into 1v1. You don't have to go 3v-you. Oh, there you go. That's what we want. Oh. That's why we want you to get it to Nagato. Draw the defender. 1v1 for Elber. He cooks him. That's beautiful. That's our best dribbler right there. Doing best dribbler things. Yo, Spicy, thank you for the 23 months. I appreciate you. Almost 2 years, dude. A long journey to 2 years. You've been around a lot longer than that. He's off. He's off. Flags up. Okay. He's off. I hope the UI overall will be a revelation. Yeah. Because there's definitely going to be a better way to present the information. Like all the tabs on the side, all the tabs across the top. Like there's a better way to create a flow through that. Those lines were so not right. He was off, but those lines were terrible. So I think ChatGPT can be added to the press conferences. I was talking about this right after ChatGPT came out, that you could use that to create press conferences. I think the issue for them is the press conferences have a real effect on the world. So you can't, they're not just in a vacuum. Where ChatGPT, you're just creating a conversation in a vacuum. You would need to categorize ChatGPT responses based off the effect they would have on the world of your FM save. That would be very hard to do. So no, they probably won't do that. What they could do is create categories. I'm so glad that wasn't some random red for throwing an elbow. It looked like it might be. They could create categories and then have ChatGPT write unlimited responses in those categories. That would probably be the best way to do it. Well, yeah, and then you also would need a commercial license to use ChatGPT. So we're not specifically talking about ChatGPT. We're really just talking about being able to train an AI to give, like, responses. You can probably just use some company that aggregates, like, manager responses from the big 5 leagues and, like, average questions and stuff and train your own AI up that way. I don't know how much that would take. But I just don't really think Football Manager cares about the press conferences that much. So that would have to be they got bored working on other features and they wanted to work on this. Come on, Mateus. Medino! Snaps. Snaps. That was good. All right. Bring it back around? No? Oh, well. Nice. What are SI working on until 25? I mean, Sports Interactive has been working on FM25 specifically for probably like 4 years. Is switching to Unity, we saw, I mean, it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, they were putting out job advertisements where you needed Unity experience to apply. Somebody tweeted that at me. I talked about it with Work the Space in the network game, I think, back in the day. And then we just kind of forgot about it. And then they, obviously announced that it was moving to Unity with FM25. So they've been working on this for a long time. Like the overhauls that they're making, it's very un-yearly sports game of them. But they're very much sitting there like, okay, we're going to spend 4 years implementing Unity in the UI and the match engine itself. I actually think probably most of that time will be spent in the UI. You just can't. I mean, even then, this is bad from Eduardo. It's bad from Natsuda and Eduardo. It's a very simple goal right through the spine. He closed down super hard and didn't win it. We're going to add get stuck in for the second half. Been unlucky so far. A very tight match. We've had some good looks. We haven't put them away. And then, some of our best players got cooked. That won't happen again. So we'll give our players some confidence. They're nervous on the road, top 4 team. Title race is heating up. We're 5 points clear right now, but we don't want to make that interesting. Nagoya has decided to give us a real serious game today. Oh, get up, get up, get up. Oh, let's go. Let's go, Elber. That's exactly who I would want picking that ball up. Oh, nice pass. Lopes. He's onside. He's onside. Dude. Still might score. Dude. 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 He's on. He's on. He's on. He's super on. He's onside with that touch. No? Still was a decent spot. It was a pretty bad shot by Mizunuma. All right, Lopes. Nice ball. Elber. A good chest down. Nagato. Oh, yes. Dude, what is with the space program today? Hit the target, Natsuda. Oh, that's a beautiful spot to be in for that shot. Oh, man. All right, I've got Kunimoto. Medina's in a 6.2. Apparently, he's just dropping nothing but duds today, so we're going to get him off. We're going to get Yamateus off for Takuma Nishimura, who has been a real revelation this year. Lopes is playing well, so I don't want to move him. Defense is struggling with cards, so I'm going to go with Tsunoda for Eduardo, and then I'm going to move Hatanaka and move Sonoda out wide. Koike, you're just going to have to make it stick, bud. You're not having a good game out there, but you're just going to have to make it stick. My goodness, took 5 minutes to get those changes in. All right. Oh, yes, Cooney. That was weird. Hatanaka, Mizunuma, corner. Okay. Who will win MLS? Predicting MLS might be the hardest thing to do on the face of the earth, dude. Come on, bro. Oh, yes, Mizunuma, great ball. Hung in the air too long. It was a great idea. Wasn't a great ball. Come on, boys. Nagato was on skates that whole play. We'll do Yuta Koike. And then I do have Takuya Kita. I probably should use him. I'm going to take out Mizunuma and bring in Takuya Kita as the ball winner and move Natsuda up. I have faith in you. Dang it, Kita. Well, Kita's coming in for the first time since his long-term injury, so I kind of get it. All right, very attacking as we close in the last 10 minutes here. All right, it's time. Another encourage. It's not creating anything, man. Not creating anything here. Get there. Good. Our highlight. Let's go. Roll it near side and let's get moving. Oh, that is not the side. This is not what these guys should be doing. Come on, dude. They're not in a pressing formation. They should not be able to press us. Get it to the midfield. Thank you. That was actually really good. I didn't expect that. Clearly. There it is. Get it to the midfield. Now we're cooking. Natsuda, good. Elber, back to Natsuda. Beautiful. Right up the middle. Oh. He was off. He was off. Came back from an offside position. No, that was a tough day to underscore the XG. It's only our second loss of the year. Man, that second goal sucked. That second goal sucked. Egg, thank you for the prime. Jim Shay, thank you for the 7 months. You guys just spent $10 of Jeff Bezos money. I really appreciate it. Nugan should work fine on FM24. But we usually like to update the app every year anyways. Dang it. That sucks. Oh, and Hatanaka suspended too. When's our cup? Could use a break. Matsumoto. Okay. Is Kawasaki good? Yes. That's also annoying. Whatever. When things look grim, be the Grim Reaper. We got a tough run of matches. Let's go beat them all. Kobe still hasn't played. Okay. Why would I want to do Gegenpress again? Why do you keep trying to make me do Gegenpress as training? I mean, seriously, to do it every single time? There was an unsuspecting person that wasn't handling their own training. You'd be absolutely ruining them right now. Unbelievable. We'll figure it out. One match, Sealand. One match. Ali Husney. Why do I know that name? Oh, this dude, he was in my 20 Hidden Wonder Kids list, wasn't he? I think he was back in the day. I don't know. He's 29, dude. I don't know. He wasn't. Why do I know him? Did I sign him or did I just have him on a play? Or did I have a short list for a long time in a save, maybe? So I recognize the name. Carlos Mane. 1 cap, 2 goals. Never played again for Guinea-Bissau. That just feels mean. He scored 2 goals. Call him up again. There we go. Did they play yet, or are they not played yet? No. Okay, they're just gonna have a match in hand. Well, that is so exciting. I'm so excited for that. Oh, and thank you for the 31 months, dude. I appreciate you being a part of the Hammers. I do. So exciting. So, okay. Ready. Hi, Kawasaki Frontale. At least we get them at home. Takuya Akita is now cleared for 60 minutes and isn't completely not match sharp, so hopefully he won't be nervous if we look for him again. Tsunoda there. Izuma there. Matsubara there. Life all good. We actually have most of our bench available, which is life-changing. All right, Nishimura, you're starting instead of Jan Mateus. I didn't like what he was doing last game. What are you doing? 4-2-3-1? We've had good success stopping these. Like, we really check all basic formations. 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1, 4-4-2. Haven't had a noticeable issue with any of them. More so than the other. I think 4-4-2 has probably been maybe the most problematic when we miss a tackle in the midfield because we press so hard. Win our home games, man. Hate seeing that loss there. Zealand, how do I get depressed in 90 minutes? Watch Man United. Come on, that's a softball question. Everybody knows the answer to that. Or Chelsea? Yeah, at least they're trying. Speaking as a Chelsea fan, Chelsea. No, it really is Chelsea and Man United just having a great time. But at least Chelsea's got a lot of high potential young players under long-term contracts. You know, like there is a difference that way. The real answer is Ajax. I don't doubt that. Because it's one thing to be mid-table. It's another thing to be bottom of the league. And that's where Ajax is. All right, Elber. When was the last time Ajax didn't play in Europe at all? That must be a long time ago. Dude, Eduardo gets a yellow every match. It's crazy. He's already got a yellow and is now suspended for the next match on yellow card accumulation. All right, Elber. I really thought you'd be able to cook that guy, but, you know, whatever. Nishimura. All right. Hey, United have Johnny Evans. He might go on to be something in a few years. You know it's bad when Ten Hag's legitimately looking at Johnny Evans and going, yeah, he probably gives us the best chance to win. All right, Medina. Oh, that was well done. Oh, my goodness. How do you have Alan Medina work that hard to get you that ball and then still miss, Lopes? That was a foul, but we'll take it. Oh, Eduardo. Oh, Eduardo. Oh, no. Who's the third Sheffield team? You have Wednesday and United. No offense meant, but like, who's the third Sheffield team? Oh, just Sheffield? Oh, I haven't met them in my travels. Oh, nice. Lopes, Medina. Oh, he's shooting. No, he's not. He's passing to Eduardo. My club-footed center back is the guy that happens to be open for that. Really? Well, that's why he's open. The truth hurts. Nice turn. Lopes, good. Nishimura. Oh, he's taking him for pace. Nearly worked. Oh, not Suda. Tireless workhorse to win that ball back. What are you doing after this season? Well, this is our early access save. We play one season, see what we can win, have some fun. That sucked. And we are trying to win the quad in Japan. We've got the Super Cup. We're top of the league by 5 points, but the team behind us has a match in hand because we just lost for the second time this year. We're into the League Cup quarterfinal, and we're in the third round of the All Japan Cup, which is the Emperor's Cup, as I all pointed out earlier this stream. We are battling Kawasaki, who are 6th in the league right now, and it is fairly neck and neck. We're not taking chances very well right now. Eduardo, oh boy. There you go. Nice and easy there, big guy. Lay it off. Lay it off. Now get it into the middle. Don't go for a crazy pass. That's not your job. Do your job. Do what you're supposed to do. He's the guy that's supposed to make the crazy pass. Why did my center back dive in? Give me a logical explanation. Why did my center back dive in? Right here. Where's he going? What are you doing, Tsunoda? Can't miss on that, Tsunoda. You cannot miss on that. And obviously, Eduardo missed the block, too. This would be a nice gift. Medina scores a banger. He's trying. Try less. Just don't go for that. Sag off. Take away the passing lane and make the guy run for a long distance. Really not pleased with my center backs today. Oh, no. Elber's picked up a knock. All right. Natsuda. Mizunuma. Nagato. Oh, I would have just taken the tap in we were about to get, but if you want to give me this penalty, that's fine. Please actually give me the penalty, because you could have just played advantage and we would have just scored. You better give me the pen. You need to give me the pen. Thank you. Nishimura. Sweet. And I have Takuma Nishimura on the field. Takuma Nishimura. It went in. Fingertips on it, but it went in. All right, 1-1. I motivated Anderson Lopes. Good. We're learning the buttons to press. Eduardo, you have the ability for us. I'm going to try and take some of the pressure off Eduardo, who looks like he's playing nervous. Bad touches and stuff. Oh, how's the Asian Champions League going? We're not in it. Or it hasn't started yet, or however that works. So, I don't know. I think we would be in it, but then that means it just hasn't started yet. Binkham, thank you for the 2 months. There you go, Koike. Medina. Ooh. Mizunuma. Lopes. Oh, be on. Be on. Just get off. Just get off the field. I'm bringing in Kenyu Sugimoto. I'm bringing in Takahiro Kunimoto, the Let's Go Moto subs. It is time for the Let's Go Moto subs, and it is also time for... That's it. Oh, dang it. It went through without me encouraging him. Means we've got a nervous lad out there. Let's win this game, shall we, Medina? Medina? Coolio, good seeing you, dude. Oh. This match is on a knife edge right now. Thank you, Suneta. That's not really your game, but I appreciate it. Well blocked. Nagato that time. Oh, we got some heavy legs out there. We got Yuta Koike and... Dude, Eduardo is killing me out here. I don't know why he's so freaking nervous now. I have faith in you. Great. Didn't work. Come on. Come on. Oh, if it was a better ball, Cooney might have been able to attack that towards the goal. Back to Medina, headed back across. Oh, dang it, Sugimoto. Lost that clean. Now he's over here. Shape is not right. Okay. 1-1, 89th minute. Going into 90th. Let's find our hero. Oh, goodness, Eduardo, you're freaking me out. You're making me nervous. You know, great work to muscle him off and win it back. Good pass. It didn't seem like you, my captain, Ryuta Koike. Oh, Nishimura, dang it. Sugimo. Nishimura! Oh, one too many touches, dude. You had to shoot that. You had to shoot it. Good, let's go, Cooney. Ref! 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 Tsunoda. Good, Koike. All nice moves. That was a sensational ball. That was a sublime pass, and we've got another highlight. Let's go. Who's there, Cooney? Oh, that's not it. That's not it. Yeah, I play on extended highlights. Bring it down. Comprehensive is just too much, but key, you don't see enough of the game to be able to make your tactical moves. This isn't who we want. Nope. Oh, he did find the midfield. Okay. Okay, Natsuda, good. Yeah, there you go. Now he can progress the ball. Medina. Oh, yes, Nishimura. Don't shoot it. Good. Build. Oh, what a pass! He was off. But wow, he's lucky he was off because that shot was spectacularly bad. Missed opportunity to win instead of a point gained, that's for sure. 2 points dropped instead of a point gained. We really didn't give them a lot. Oh, we just made that one mistake and they punished us and we couldn't score enough goals to make it not count. We've opened the door. If Kobe win both of their matches, they are now tied with us on points. We've opened the door. Twisted knee. He'll be off the bench in the next match. Eduardo's going to be suspended for one match, but that's okay. Hatanaka's back, and he'll just step right in there. And then Matsubara is once again on the bench. Okay. Elber's going to be out for Kunimoto. Ay. I guess we do have a cup match here in a couple of days. We get that figured out. Ew. That's my honest reaction. I don't know how people can play on anything but full match. How do you make any decisions when you aren't even watching the match? I don't know. Full match just takes too long, honestly, for me. I really have always played on extended highlights from my earliest days in Football Manager. That's just what I settled on. And I've found it to be really good. Allows me to see enough of the game that I know what's happening, but, you know, it's not everything. The transfer window's open again. Yeah, we don't have any money, so we're selling to buy if we're going to do anything. It doesn't adds what, 700,000 to the budget. Still doesn't put us under our own wage budget, so I'm not going to make that change. What are the offers? Ryuta Koike. He won't get mad if we reject it, so we're just rejecting it. Not giving away my captain. 40-year-old goalkeeper. No, I'm good. I can't strengthen my squad. We kind of did that in the first transfer window, so how about no? Yeah, I don't know if transition phase is the right thing to do. We're playing against a J League 3 team. Not really interested in guys that aren't bona fide superstars from countries that aren't Japan. If you're gonna come in and be a foreign player on my team, you've got to be a stud. An absolute stud like Diego Lopes. If we happen to move one Lopes, we could pick up another. Wow, that guy's 4.6 to 8.5 million. Hello. Gabby Ramos, no. Stas Pokatilov. Pokatilov! Yes, brother. Kazakhstan for the Euros, by the way. That is the underdog pick that I'm seriously rooting for. Kazakhstan for the Euros. Slightly doesn't enjoy big matches, but in a more real sense, he is Japanese and good. So, there is that. It pays to be Japanese and good around these parts. I'm so glad we're finding good Japanese players now. Took me long enough. You may be pretty pleased confirm that the save will be another build a club and not a journeyman or some other scenario. It's for my good night's sleep. Loki, I can't say anything. But I promise you, whatever we do, that will hopefully be wonderful and entertaining for your sleep. Because no matter what we do, this will be a welcoming place and a fun place to be. Unless we're losing, in which case I will be mauling and hopefully you're at least having fun. But the vibes will hopefully always be great here, no matter what we're doing. Who watches a full 90 minutes of an FM match? Well, you play it on a faster speed. The people that I have met that do that play the match at a faster speed, so it doesn't actually take, it takes like maybe 25 minutes or something to watch the entire match. But Tarman Valens in the chat does that. I know they're not alone either. Is Kazakhstan even in UEFA? Yeah, it is. Kazakhstan's in UEFA. You're allowed to be in a continental footballing administration as long as part of your country is in it. And there's like a small bit of Kazakhstan west of the Ural Mountains, and so they count. And they were able to choose AFC or Europe, and they chose Europe. Because you play against better competition, better for your development. You get to play in the Champions League, etc. You feel. Oh, it's cup match. I was like, where on earth is my team and my players? But that's okay. So we will start Jan Mateus in that spot. And we will have Paul Obina-Obi on the bench. I see no reason not to run the rest of our first team. Considering match sharpness is not really an issue that we struggle with. All right. Oh, they're playing a very interesting 4-3-3 narrow, so maybe that will cause some weird stuff for us, but it's the All Japan Cup, third round, Yokohama F. Marinos and their dashing manager, not Ange Postecoglou, but Zealand himself, against Matsumoto Yamaga. Right. We sitting down. Kazakhstan joining UEFA is way too political for this chat. Yeah, I mean, honestly, didn't know it was that political. I think if you have the opportunity to have your clubs play in the Champions League and the Europa League and that sort of stuff, and have your national team qualify against some really tremendous opposing national teams to kind of develop, I think you just make that choice 100 times out of 100. Honestly, if you have that opportunity, and everybody that had the opportunity to play in UEFA does. So yeah, it's Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan. Well, the Israel case is special because Israel was playing in Asia, but FIFA literally moved them. Israel's the only country that I know of that doesn't have a piece of the continent that it qualifies out of, or that it plays on. But FIFA moved them because, I'm just going to leave it there because obviously I'm just going to leave it. But that, for those that were wondering why Israel qualifies out of UEFA, it's because FIFA moved them and put them there. Get in, son! Kazakhstan's not in Europe. A piece of it is. Yeah. Obviously, I always have the same stance when huge world events are going on. And for people that don't know what that is, this is a welcoming community, in a community where I want you to be able to come in and kind of forget about everything that's happening in the outside world and just relax and have a good time and hang out. But when important things are happening, you should stay up to date on them. Like, and there are multiple important things happening in the world right now, and it is important to read accredited sources and be an active global participant. That's just not, I'm not Hassan Abi. I'm not going to sit on Twitch. And, I'm not somebody that is well-educated about certain topics any more than you are. So that's our stance when, important things are happening in the world. So definitely read up and be active about it, but it's just not something we talk about here. So that's why we don't talk about it. We want this to generally be a happy place. But for educational purposes, Israel was playing. Dude, we just scored the same goal twice in a row. Israel was playing in Asia, but not like most teams they would play against would forfeit, because to play against them would recognize them as a state, right? So they would forfeit the matches. So Israel qualified for a World Cup and won the Asian Cup because they were basically not playing anybody. And so FIFA was like, this is ridiculous, and just moved them to Europe. Every other country I'm aware of in the world does at least have a piece of their country in that continent as it's recognized. And in that case, if you straddle two continents like Russia does, like Kazakhstan does, then you have the opportunity to play in either. Yeah. But that's the logistical reason that FIFA moved them. And that's that. Australia? That's interesting, because I feel like Australia might be... Guyana is 100% correct. Guyana, French Guyana, and Suriname are in South America and play in CONCACAF. So those are three excellent examples that I totally forgot about. Literally in my own continent. French Guyana, and Suriname. We've scored almost the same goal 3 times. This poor third division team's about to get murdered. Yeah, Guyana, Suriname, French Guyana. Australia, I realize Australia opted to move to Asia. But if you're looking at the Asian, continental plate, I think there might be some Australia in there. Australia's huge. So we have Israel, Guyana, French Guyana, Suriname, 4 countries that qualify out of a continent that they are not on. Maybe Australia. The more I think about it, the less I think any part. Maybe Australia has an outlying island or something. I don't know. I totally get West Asian countries being like, yo, we need to get Australia out of AFC. But Australia definitely just wants to be in AFC because, it's the same reason Kazakhstan would want to play in Europe. You want to play against better teams and qualifying out of Oceania. If Australia is qualifying out of Oceania, Australia has 90-something% of the population of the entire continent it's trying to qualify out of for the World Cup. That's just not fun for anyone. What about Qatar playing in the Gold Cup? Well, that's different. The Gold Cup is a tournament that has a long tradition of inviting people. They don't qualify or play in the Nations League in CONCACAF. But the Gold Cup has always invited people. So has the Copa America. It's really a Western Hemisphere tradition. Copa America invites people. Gold Cup invites people. Qatar Airways sponsored the Gold Cup so that they got to play in the Gold Cup to get more experience going to the World Cup, which obviously didn't help them that much. But, Guam in AFC instead of OFC. Probably, to be honest, I don't really know where Guam is. I mean, I know it's in the Pacific, but exact physical location, I don't know. Think they can make a Pacific region? I think what would be simpler would be to make a Western Asia continent and an Eastern Asia continent that just includes Oceania. I don't know why I've never thought about that before, but your message in the chat just kind of triggered that thought for me. That would make so much more sense than making Syria play Australia in a World Cup playoff, which is what happened not too long ago. Where the travel is insane. What they really should do is just draw a line east of India and just be like, all right, everything east of that line is one qualifying section. Everything west of that line's another. We'll have an Asian Cup where you can all play. But for World Cup qualifying sake and for Asian Cup qualifying sake, we're going to divide this in half because this is ridiculous. It's not the worst idea I've ever had. Definitely not. Like, you qualify for the World Cup and the Asian Cup from their two sides. You know, the Asian Cup is 24 teams. Each side gets 12 teams. Just friggin' go. Both sides have a decent number of good teams. On one side, you'd have Iran, Saudi Arabia, Qatar. As much as they got clowned at the World Cup, they're one of the better teams in Asia every time. Bahrain, Kuwait, Iraq is a very competent team that won the 2007 Asian Cup. I don't know how they managed to do that, but I'm always rooting for them. So west, you have, good teams. You'd have like Uzbekistan, who's always competitive. And then east of that line, you've obviously got China, South Korea, Japan, North Korea, which can randomly pop up with a good team, but who knows when that's going to happen. It's kind of just whenever they feel like it. You'd also have Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand would be able to get in on the party. And you would give, the Maldives and Guam and Macau and Brunei Darussalam and all these tiny Asian teams some more competition, some more fun teams to play against in Tahiti and Vanuatu and New Caledonia. There'd be a greater variety there. So if you think Middle Eastern countries playing Australia in World Cup qualifying, no. Lebanon, which is on the Mediterranean and is a fully Mediterranean culture and country, Lebanon can be drawn in the same group as Australia in World Cup qualifying, home and away. That's rough. That's real rough. For Australia and for Lebanon, right? It's not like either one's having a great time with the 10-hour flight. And plus, it would be really beneficial because Asia gets a lot of qualifying spots now. Asia's going to have a lot of teams in the World Cup. They get, 8.5 in the new World Cup format with 48 teams. Asia gets 8.5 spots. You just divide that. You have 4 from each side, and then you have the playoff for the extra spot. And it solves the problem of Oceania being the 5th continent, even though it's doesn't actually have even a snowball's chance in hell of actually being able to ever win anything. No offense to New Zealand. Right? But New Zealand is Australia with a quarter of the people, and Australia is going to have a hard enough time, going out and actually winning something. New Zealand would have a dark horse chance of being able to win some sort of Asian Cup, maybe, with a golden generation. But and the rest of Oceania doesn't even have the population of New Zealand combined. So, oh, come on, boys. It's a 3rd division team. I also believe that merging the 2 American confederations would make sense. But I understand why they don't do it financially. It's a lot of money in Copa America. There's a growing amount of money in the Nations League and Gold Cup in the U.S. I think that the Copa America inviting the 4 best teams from CONCACAF is a good idea. And that's what they've done a couple of the last time. They did it in 2016. The next Copa America, the U.S., Mexico are going to be there, and 2 other qualified nations, so probably like Canada, Costa Rica, are going to be there. And I think that's good. I think those teams can hang. I think World Cup qualifying would be simpler in South America if they added CONCACAF. That would take away what I hope will become America's automatic ticket, because the CONCACAF is going to have over 6 qualifying spots for the World Cup. If the U.S. ever misses again, they should fire everybody and change the name to the loser states of America. Yes, you can clip that and hold me to that. Lord of Geese, thank you for the 8 months. Hey, bearded son. Welcome to the stream. I don't like that the U.S. hosts Copa America. I get that, but at the same time, the United States is just such an easy host. Like, we have so many expat communities. Every single one of the Copa America team, every single one of the South American nations, guarantee you there's over 100,000 and for some, well over 1 million people born in that country or second generation from that country in the United States that's going to go to those matches outside of the people from those countries in South America that are going to go. But the U.S. just has the infrastructure to host stuff. There's a reason the U.S. just hosts a lot of stuff. We have a lot of sports that we play that nobody else cares about, but the result of those sports is that we have a lot of stadiums, a lot of hotels, and a ton of infrastructure around the sports themselves. Yeah, it just makes sense as a host. And so if the U.S. is in it, we usually host. Yeah, if the U.S. is in the Copa America, we usually host it. When we're not, then obviously it goes somewhere else. And I think that, logistically, it's harder to host it in South America sometimes because they've had some real issues with the fan stuff. That doesn't happen in the U.S. We don't have that crazy culture. Watanabe, dude, you're already like, I'm leaving at the end of my contract. Now you're like, well, that's not soon enough. They weren't offering enough money for you. Yeah, if they offer $600,000, I would sell you. And you're leaving at the end of your contract, so I'll go ahead and make that deal. That looks fine. We've agreed with him if they offer $600,000, he leaves. But it's Copa America, not the World Cup. No, I get it, but we're also playing in it. We don't host it when we're not playing in it. So it's not like you're playing it in a country without like the host nation or whatever. We're playing in the tournament. I imagine a lot of high schools have better stadiums than CONCACAF countries. Oh, yeah. We went over this yesterday. We're like, wouldn't it be awesome to host oh, my goodness. Kobe won their 2 matches in hand. We are tied at the top of the league with Kobe. That's what we get for snoozing, dude. That's what we get for snoozing. Wait, our next match is also a cup match? Wow, they really knock out these cup matches. Goodness. Like, we just played the 3rd round match. Now we got the 4th round match next. No. But yeah, the Gold Cup is always in the US. The Gold Cup is literally always hosted in the United States. Keita Ueda, okay, that is a reserve player. Takuya Kita getting a tight hamstring is not a reserve player getting hurt, but he'll be totally fine by the time we get to the next match. Although concerns about Takuya Kita's fitness they're occupying my mind. I don't like the fact that he's struggling to be fit so much. No transfer story discussion today, but I'm not interested in selling my captain. Ryuta Koike. I don't want to move him. Loibster, thank you for the 21 months. Is there a soccer equivalent to the Michigan sign stealing scandal? I don't think so, because there's nothing like signs in football, in soccer. There's nothing like that. So I don't think so. I really don't think there's an equivalent to it. It's a uniquely American issue, the Michigan sign stealing scandal. A funny one. I like the idea that he's just sitting on... oh, wait, can we sign this guy now? Is he under no contract, or is this contract just going up at the end of the year? Mikaze Nagasawa? Well, I don't know about regular starter there, hotshot. You don't really work that hard. You're 18 years old. Squad? Yeah, that works. All right, this is your recommended offer. $93,000. Oh, yeah, this guy wants no money at all. This is sick. Wow, he just signed a really nice piece for next season that we're not playing. But if we upload this save, you'll have him. It'll be easy. I just signed you a great player. You're welcome. Great wing depth, especially considering Elber's leaving at the end of his contract. That is a nice pickup. Hey, Rippin, thank you for the 22 months. Honestly, it is Bielsa at Leeds, isn't it? Pound sterling, thank you for 33 months, dude. It is Bielsa. It is absolutely Bielsa at Leeds is the Michigan sign stealing scandal. What did he do? He like went and stood and watched somebody else's training. I'm just standing here, bruv. Ain't nothing to see. I like the idea of Bielsa using the word bruv. That is the Michigan side stealing scandal. As much as it could translate into the footballing world. Yeah. Just standing here. Just standing in a public area, right? There's no laws against standing in a public area. Quite frankly, I think this is all ridiculous. Making his argument for him. Ryuta Koike, we would not be able to sign an apt replacement with the amount of money they're offering. They're just not. Wow, he just got some offers for Jan Mateus. If I'm interested in that. He's happy to stay put for now, then stay. I have no idea if we want to keep him or not. Why do you, what? Oh, he wants an improved contract. Feels he's underpaid. Unfortunately, I am going to have to go with a no on that. But I do need you until the end of the year. Propose a target. With all due respect, I think I've already reached my targets. Okay, I'm not going to back down here. Now he's insulted. Oh, goodness. How will Jan Mateus ever recover? Gabby's a lose. Thank you for the 9 months. I do love the fact that what Bielsa did wasn't against the rules, but they fined him anyways. If you did that in the US, you'd get sued so hard. I thought what this was telling me was that I accidentally just paid $725,000 in compensation for that guy I just offered a contract to. But it's asking me about a different transfer. I just had a heart attack. I just had a heart attack. He just wants me to invest more in the Mateus space program. Look, he's not worth a lot of money in the transfer market. We're not paying him a lot of money. Selling him wouldn't allow us to sign a replacement because of how far over the wage budget we are. Honestly, I think we just keep Mateus this year, let him run out his contract, and then if you play this save on, you just sign a better foreign player next year. Like, I just don't think Jan Mateus is that much of a foreign player. How is Jan Mateus able to tank us that much? Made several players. Oh, they all agree with Jan Mateus. Well, that's horribly annoying. All right. You want a new contract? Good God, man. Well, this isn't going to go well. See, we don't have any money. Are you surprised? Be very interested in speaking to other clubs. All right, we're going to have to sell him to solve the locker room, and then we'll try and find a cheaper foreign player we can sign to replace him. Let's offer him out in the foreign room for $250. Koike, you're not going to get mad, right? Because that did tank us. A bunch of people agreeing with him. Lopes will leave at the end of his deal. Ken Matsubara. Oh, yeah. We've managed to handle the rest of it. Mateus. Well, that's an annoying transfer. Selling team salary. He's not even getting paid that much, dude. What do you mean? That's that. What's Lope's asking price? It's $4 million. you pay us $4 million, we'll be able to restructure everything and probably sign a much better player than Lopes. Just kidding. I love Lopes, but if you give us $4 million, I can do a lot with $4 million. He no longer wants a new deal. Oh, that solved our atmosphere problem. Okay. He no longer wants a new deal because he wants to leave because the interest being shown in him on the $250,000 transfer, which is a convenient way to handle that and quickly get the locker room back on my side. Yuta Koike is starting to get some interest that I would classify as piquing mine. Yeah, see, I'm looking at like maybe 800,000. Sorry. You're getting closer, though. They're getting closer. You get lucky if you get 1.5 on Lopes. Don't tell my staff that. They think he's worth 5. Every time I set it low, they're always like, we should move this up immediately. They want to work on Paul Ibana's weak foot. That's bold. Okay, I am aware Elber's running down his contract, but I would like to win trophies before he runs down his contract. Thank you. I don't think we'll be able to get a better player in for the money based off what I've seen. Yeah, they're all in the, what is it, transfer room? That's where they're all up on the transfer room thing. Didn't expect this transfer window to be that vibrant, but it's got my full attention. Thought it was going to be pretty straightforward. Well, I didn't expect Jan Mateus to go with the nuclear option and just be like, yeah, I'm done. Nahuel Estevez. Why don't all these foreign players just want to come play for me for free? That's what I don't understand. Their clubs are demanding money. Ew. That dude was at a university. The guy I just added to my short list. Pretty sure he's in school. But if we've learned one thing, it's that Japanese universities can be hiding some pretty good players. I'm legitimately curious. Yes, I desperately need you. Yeah, he's at a university. Or he's on loan from Hiroshima at Kokushikan University. You can be loaned from a club to a university? Well, that's just not in the university spirit. Oisiki, thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate you being a part of the Hammers, dude. Hello, psychologist Zealand. Sir, I have this issue that whenever I sign, sell, or negotiate salaries with players, I feel like I am making a horrible mistake that will bite me in the future. How do I overcome this? PSC Zwole. Are they going to get mad? I've never done this with the transfer room, but if they offered that, can I just raise it? Yes. Okay, I am going to raise it. Be happy with that asking price. All right, I think we'll get 500,000. But I like the fact that European teams are interested. They should be able to throw around the bag. And that would give us a little transfer budget to work with. We're not really relieving our issue. Ryuta Koike is not under contract for next season. Probably should change that. Oh, important player. Give me a break. Honestly, we got no better options, so. I really just look like I'm negotiating super hard, but that's what we can offer, and it worked. And it worked. Oh, Lopes, what did he win? MVP for the month? Nice. He dedicated it to me? Well, it's because we have a love affair. Literally. No, I just think he's a nice guy. Yeah, I saved my locker room atmosphere. You weren't there for it? It was awesome. But look, Carl, Sorry, I overlooked what you were saying. What you need to do is realize that you got to spend that money somewhere. Well, let me rephrase that. You don't have to spend that money somewhere, but in order to have players on your team, you've got to pay them money. And so this is your opportunity to make sure you invest those funds wisely. See, if you have a really good player, right? If you have a really good player, you got to pay him. I've got no problem spending a quarter of my wage budget on one player if they're going to make a quarter of the entire difference for us being able to accomplish something, right? Football Manager is basically just a masterclass in a cost-benefit analysis. What am I giving up to have that player on this team, and are they going to make a big enough improvement to justify that? And with that weirdly philosophical note, we are wrapping up for today, but we will be here tomorrow and then the next day trying to bring home 3 more trophies in Japan. We are currently tied at the top of the league, ahead on goal difference, dealing with a bit of a locker room issue. But we are okay. We're having fun. Until next time, thanks for your response, of course, Carl. Until next time, thank you guys for all the subs. And thank you for the batches of gifted subs as well today. That's huge, makes a big difference. I hope you guys enjoyed 20 good minutes at the beginning of the stream. I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, same place. Love you guys. Fist bump. And let's go make somebody else's day. We had a great time here today. Let's go make somebody else's day. Find somebody streaming Football Manager and just parachute in. Just parachute on in there. Let's try and find somebody who we've never rated. I love rating people who are just kind of very early on in their streaming journey. And I feel I am close to finding that person. All right. This person, Oliarto. Streaming to, and I have been here, streaming to one person, so probably nobody. We have the opportunity to drop in and make their day, maybe their week, maybe their month. Be sure, you're going to have to moderate yourselves, so be nice, be kind. Chat, don't be weird, impossible challenge. But let's get a nice, uplifting copy pasta or a funny... All right, let's get a copy pasta together. Come on, we can do this. Otto, love you, man. I appreciate it. And once we get that copy pasta, okay. Let's go with the Peter one. I appreciate the idea, Swansea, but Ben, we've used that a lot. That's the copy pasta I'm picking today. I like the Peter one. We're doing that. And be sure to drop a follow as well. Affiliate is a big deal when you are just starting out streaming and you have to be at least 50 followers, and they're at 15 right now. So be sure to drop a follow, and then who knows, you might like hanging out with them. You can drop in later. See you guys. See you tomorrow. All right, word of the day. Fuliginous. 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 What a word. Fuliginous is a formal adjective that is synonymous with sooty. It describes things related to containing or producing soot. Oh, sooty. It could fuliginous. Oh my goodness. It could also describe things that are figuratively sooty. That is dark or musky, as in a fuliginous soul, as well as things that are dark or sooty in color, from crystals and insects to the plumage of some bird species. Telling somebody they have a fuliginous soul is an all-time insult. Stringent environmental regulations eventually helped the city rid itself of the fuliginous haze that had plagued its citizens for decades. The infamous journalist has a fuliginous prose style that's not exactly ideal for general audiences. Fuliginous. See you at the end of another stream for another word of the day.